Sounds good.
Testing? We can resume now. Sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that pause there for technical difficulties here in chambers. I think we're up and running, and we're going to just do a director's report.
Okay, fantastic. People will always wonder what happened in those missing 7 minutes, but
Yeah.
So welcome to our YouTube viewers who I think were not hearing audio at the time. Looks like we're back and ready to resume, and lucky for everyone else because we were just about to go over the director's reports with some important information that everybody should know. One is, as I was mentioning, a code enforcement officer has been hired by the city. This is a 100% increase from the one code enforcement officer we have now. So we now have two. And so we're very excited about that. We expect this person to begin next week. And of course, there'll be some time to onboard and do some training. And this individual will be helping us with our leaf blower enforcement, which I know is a matter of community concern. And so we're looking forward to advancing that as well. Last night, or 2 nights ago, Monday, the city council accepted a grant from MTC for $800,000 so that we could study a downtown housing plan, looking at opportunities for housing in the downtown PDA, priority development area. And so staff is currently working to identify a consultant to assist us with that process. And we anticipate going back to the city council in June with a recommendation to begin that process. We expect that it's going to take about 3 years to complete. On May 2nd, we are going back to the city council with an update on, or a request for an extension to the retail ordinance. This is a matter that the commission took up, I want to say 2 weeks ago. We're running into some timeline constraints, so we're going to ask for a 6-month extension, and we'll come back to the commission for that public hearing shortly. Okay. And let's see, your next meeting is April 27th, so next week. We have 2 items scheduled at the moment, actually 3. One is a parcel map at 1033 Amarillo. That is including a parcel map with exceptions, subdividing one large parcel into 3, I believe, 2 or 3 lots. And we're going to bring before the commission a discussion and recommendation regarding the downtown in lieu parking ban, which is also set to expire. So we'll be, and this is for office space above the first floor. And then you have your work plans that you're going to finalize and send on to city council next week as well. And that concludes the director's report.
Questions from commissioners for Director Light? Let's see, this must be Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Director Late, I don't know if you have seen it, but in one of the pieces of public correspondence that we received a couple days in advance of this meeting, there was a question about the possibility of establishing a so-called quiet zone at the Alma El Camino intersection, where the train, runs through there and apparently fairly regularly toots its horn. And I was just curious as I hadn't heard about that process before, and I was just curious, how does the city process a request like that? Does that first go to transportation for review?
Yeah, great question. I know it's a topic that's come up before. I do know, just from my own personal experience, there's some unique horn sounds at odd hours of the evening and early morning that sometimes is heard. But yeah, as far as a quiet zone, that is a procedure that is provided for, that a jurisdiction could seek to get implemented. I do not have those procedures with me, but we can certainly take a look at that, and we can consult with our colleagues in Office of Transportation. I imagine there's a set of criteria that need to be met in order to allow for that horn use not to be used.
Thank you.
Any others? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, as I think everyone knows, we have only one agenda item tonight, which is a continued hearing on Castellia School. And imagine Commissioner Rectal, you'd like to address that?
Yeah, once again, to avoid any possible appearance of bias.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I wonder if your microphone is off because you're not showing that you're on mute.
I can hear Keith. Can you guys hear us?
Commissioner Templeton can't hear you either.
Yeah.
I can hear you, Carrie.
Yeah.
Okay. So
They can hear us.
And we can hear each other.
yeah.
Another tech issue, I guess.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can see your lips move, Commissioner Rectal, but I cannot hear you.
Okay.
You can hear us, correct, commissioners that are online? Okay,
But we can't hear you.
right. So we're going to have to pause here because we have to get
me say anything just to test if we can hear you.
Testing, testing.
No?
Same outcome.
You're not messing with us, are you, Keith?
April Fools.
Commissioner Regdal, can you just try to say anything again, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, Darren, no.
Testing, testing.
He is not. Yes, Commissioner Regdal, could you say something, please?
Test me, testing.
No.
Why it's so low? Maybe it's the, from where it's the speaker?
Commissioner Rekdal, can you try to again?
Testing,
Like
testing.
hello?
Hello, hello,
No,
hello.
no.
Oh, there's Albert.
Testing.
I can hear you, Albert.
Yeah, it's obviously not an issue
Albert's talking and we can't hear him.
with us.
Yeah, I agree, Albert. The question is, what do we do about it?
So Albert, you can hear us? Yeah, yeah, okay. So is the game plan to have Commissioner Templeton call in on the line and then participate that way?
That's not the issue.
So we would have a problem with all of the applicant team members as well.
This is Mindy Romanowski. Can you hear me? I can start my video.
Yeah, everyone on Zoom can hear each other and the chambers. It's for some reason the chambers isn't able to hear us.
So could the people in chambers just go and get on Zoom since it seems to be working for everybody else?
They are on Zoom, and that's why we can see the video of the chamber.
I mean individually rather than trying to use this big city system.
So
that
this is
isn't working.
This is Amy, and I've just turned on the volume on my laptop. The problem in the chambers is we can't have the volume on our laptop and have our microphones on. But if we could speak into the.
Well, I mean, this is a tech issue, right? Like tech support should be helping. This is a regular occurrence now for 2 years. So
right. So on Zoom, people on Zoom are working fine. They can hear us and they can talk.
Right.
And they can hear each other, but just that the speakers in here are not working. So the audio output here.
Right. So each one of us would have to have a laptop so we can hear what's going on and not use the microphones.
actually, Amy, they don't need a laptop. They need to dial in. So if they can dial in, they can hear the audio from the Zoom call as individuals. However, that won't help anyone that's in the audience.
Right.
Yeah, and we have people in the audience.
Yeah.
But can you hear? Yeah, I mean, I could. If we had other laptops that we could have each one of you have, and you could.
And then if everyone talks and their mic will be on, it will be echo.
Oh, no, they don't put the
Right?
mics on. Just use this instead. I'm not using a mic right now. I'm just using this.
Yeah.
And they can hear me.
And just to set the bar, you don't need a laptop. All you need is a phone to
All
have
you need is
audio.
Yeah. So you could be watching it on the TV and then use your phone to speak through Zoom, right?
But the thing is, if they're using the phone, they still can't hear unless they put the phone up to their ear, and they'll be holding the phone for like 4 hours.
Unless we have a laptop. It's working. The
Testing.
speaker.
Testing, testing.
I have my.
Oh, we hear her.
Uh-oh.
Indeed it was.
Good,
Commissioner Regdal, could you also say
Whatever
something?
you did, Carrie, do it again.
Testing, testing.
Yeah.
Yay!
We can have. What did they do?
All right. Do it some more.
We didn't do anything. That was your IT guy or gal. So thanks to them.
Okay, so are we live now?
We have been live all this time.
I couldn't hear, sorry.
Yeah, we're live now. Yeah.
Okay, we think due to some mysterious divine intervention that we are now back up.
Yeah, this is really going to mess with our ratings, but
It will mess with our ratings. But let's proceed and hope that all the things are fixed and we can continue with this item.
okay, if not, we have a plan B.
If not, plan B is
Okay.
the four of us here go home and get on our computers, and 5 people in the audience are going to have to do the same thing, but hopefully it's fixed now. Okay, so I had announced, but I'll repeat that there's only one agenda item tonight. And this is a continued hearing from 3:30 on the Castellea School. Public hearing, quasi judicial, requested CUP variance, et cetera. And that's the only item. Private school in an R1 neighborhood, operating, of course, under an existing CUP. Just once again, I wanted to thank from the audience, all the public comment from last meeting. Is always very helpful to guide us in our own internal debates as well as our debates with our colleagues. And I think Commissioner Suma, you have gone over that meeting, even though you were absent.
Yes, thank you. I did want to let everyone know that I have watched the meeting and thoroughly. So since I missed it, the first part.
Yeah, so that makes you legally and truly up to speed on all these issues. And then I'll recognize Commissioner, what are you calling yourself these days with those wonderful locks? I still think you look like a rock drummer, but sorry, Commissioner Rectal.
Yes, the suspense has been building. So, yeah, once again, to avoid any appearance of bias, I will be following the city attorney's advice and recusing myself tonight. So I will not be participating. Thank you.
Okay, two questions, Commissioner Rectal, before you sign off. And we might want to get Council Yang to opine on this. There, within the text amendment, that's actually legislative, not just necessarily relative to Castellea. So if you wanted to attend that, and I think Mr. Yang would say that would be okay, but let's hear from him.
I actually think in this case, it would be very difficult to extricate the text amendment issue from the quasi-judicial item.
Okay. Any comments on that, Commissioner Rectal?
I'll follow attorney's advice.
Okay, and do you want us to call you at midnight to go over the minutes?
Yes. I will do my best to get back in. If it goes past midnight, I may not, but
Okay,
I will plan to join you after this item is over.
okay, thank you. Okay, so I just want to make a few opening remarks on this item. So just a brief history of the timeline. This is in our packet, but for those kind of listening in, the PTC approved parts of the project 4-2 and split 3-3 on some items in our recommendations to council in November of 2020. Council had multiple meetings, did not approve anything on the project, and returned items to both PTC and ARB for further analysis. That direction is summarized in their council meeting minutes of 3:15 and 3:29. Overall, on this issue, PTC has review authority on the CUP, TDM variants, parking adjustments, EIR, and the now council initiated text amendment. So we've held 3 meetings in December of 21 and January of 22, providing sort of preliminary comments to comments to staff that will come back to us, have come back to us for our recommendations to council, and took only straw votes on those. Tonight, and in spite of the glitches here, hopefully only tonight, we'll take final votes on what PTC recommends to council, because if we don't do that, Director Late has informed me that he believes that this probably will not get to council before their summer break. And obviously, for all concerned, we would like to be able to accelerate that to before their summer break. Okay, and I just want to make a couple of comments on the conditional use permit, which is kind of fundamental to what we're considering here. I'm reading partial text from the code 1876.010. The purpose of a CUP is to provide for uses and accessory uses that are necessary or desirable in the community. That's the goal. And relative to conditions, in granting CUPs, reasonable conditions or restrictions may be imposed to protect the public health, safety, general welfare, or convenience, and to assure operation of the use in a manner compatible with existing and potential uses on adjoining properties in the general vicinity. So just to kind of frame our analysis. As with any applicant, a CUP is a privilege, not a right, because the city doesn't have to do anything for any applicant, since by definition, the use is outside the bounds of what's normal in that area. So a city action on a CUP is totally discretionary, and of course, the director in some cases approves it, and sometimes it goes to council, which is certainly the case here. Every CUP that I've heard in my kind of almost 6 years on this commission ends up basically being a negotiation between the applicant and their desires versus the city, with compromise required, no question. The applicant proposes sort of literally a wish list of desired outcomes for a project, and then the various bodies have to decide on that. And common considerations are, guess what? Traffic, noise, parking, site management, and compatibility with other uses. Certainly that's on the table with this particular CUP. And just a couple of last comments on our role as in any CUP. Our job is to hold public hearings and evaluate the applicant's request, make recommendations to the council in accordance with the city's regulations and the CUP law that I just stated. So we're making recommendations based on what's best for the city, meaning necessary or desirable for the community, and giving consideration to the CUP applicant in that regard. So those are just kind of preliminary. And then we're going to do, there's obviously no public comment, as I said, but we're going to do questions. And the questions can be to either staff, or if there are select questions that need to go to the applicant, we can do that. But there was an opportunity last time twice for the applicant to speak. So I hope we're going to be selective on that. But if it's necessary for decision-making, absolutely we'll do that. So with that, we'll go to any questions. Your light is still on, Vice Chair?
Oh, that was too early.
Yeah, sorry, I have to turn it off here. Okay. So,
So Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry, we have if it's helpful to the commission, Amy's put together a couple of just orienting slides.
Okay.
So we can maybe use that to frame your deliberation.
Great. Share.
Hello. Amy French. Can you see the screen? So you've basically described what occurred back on March 30th, I believe, to talk about why we're here again on April 20th. We went through staff presentation, public input, applicant rebuttal, and there were some straw polls on 7 items. Back we are today, April 20th, and we have some discussion to take care of tonight. The remaining items were 1 through 5 on your screen: text amendment, enrollment increases, special events, TDM, parking reduction. I have a slide for each of the council motions, and this is in the green box, and I have red text below related to the item numbers and what the Planning and Transportation Commission requested staff to return with. So we presented already on March 30th, but this is just to help guide the discussion. So I have basically a slide for each one of these, so to linger on. So that's an example of what I have.
Okay, and the plan after general questions is to go through that list of about 7 that we did last time that did some straw votes on, well, those 5. And then at the end, we'll go back and sort of do some catch up on stuff that we, some of those small ones that we did either said, we don't want to address this, or we do 7-0 in 1 minute or stuff like that, because that should be in the formal recommendation to the council. Okay. So which commissioner would like to start off on any questions? Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair Lowing. So I actually want to start with a question for our counsel, Mr. Yang. Chair Lowing, I appreciated your reading the portions of the ordinance that describe the function of a CUP, but I was a little concerned when you talked about the city having total discretion to grant or deny a CUP. And just to properly frame this for our deliberation tonight, I was hoping that Mr. Yang might spend a minute talking about the relationship between substantial evidence in a factual basis for our decisions in relation to that exercise of discretion by the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I was planning to make some comments along these lines as well. So the city has the obligation to support any decision, any recommendation with substantial evidence, and that means that there must be a clear logical link between the facts that are in our record and the findings that are required by our code, and as well as the ultimate recommendation of approval or denial. And so in that sense, there is not total discretion. We are still bound by what is in the record before the commission. And I guess I'd also like to comment that, while there is no, property right to a CUP before it is granted, there are, important rights of the applicant to have a fair hearing and also to have a decision that is based on substantial evidence. So, yeah, that's, I'm happy to answer any questions about that if you'd like.
This just would be a good time to interject a question that I had, but that's right on the same lines, actually. At the public comment last time, an attorney spoke about the fact that he did not feel that we had enough connection to the evidence based on the staff report to connect that, and that we didn't have the capability to make a recommendation to council. So I just wanted to raise that to get your view on that public comment.
Yeah. So, one thing about substantial evidence is that it's not a preponderance of the evidence. It's not that there needs to be, the majority of evidence supporting any decision by the city. But there does need to be, some real and having trouble using the word other than substantial, but some real and tangible evidence to support our position. Staff have drafted some recommended findings that we believe are supported by substantial evidence as set forth in those findings. But these are issues where reasonable people may disagree, and the important element to keep in mind is just whatever decision is made, that the link to the evidence be set forth clearly.
I'm sorry, the last thing you said was the link to the evidence is?
Be clearly set forth.
Okay. And the other thing that he commented on that I'm recalling is that he felt that the commission should have independent counsel, not city council advising us, which of course we don't ever have. So I just want to raise that one as well.
I'm not sure I understand that issue. The commission is an advisory body of the city, and it is, the work of the city attorney's office to provide advice to these sorts of bodies.
Okay. Any other comments on that issue? Was your hand for that, Commissioner Chang?
I think he.
I just wondered if you had a comment on that. No? Okay. Okay. Back to Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah. So Chair Lowing, I do have some staff questions, but we have a number of discrete items that we're going to be talking about tonight. And so, for example, I will preview for you that I have some questions for staff on the TDM plan measures, and I have questions for staff on the parking options and adjustments. But other items like the text amendment, I don't have any questions for staff. And so I'm curious as to how you want to move through our process tonight. Do you want to have a discrete topic and work through that to at least to the point where we're ready to make a recommendation and then move to the next one? Or is this just open forum?
The plan was to go through each one of these original, well, I guess it's down to 5 now from the 7, as Amy just put forth. So something, if you have a question about the parking reduction, if that fits with one of those categories, fine. If it doesn't, you can ask it now, or you can ask it after we're done with the 5.
Okay, then I think I will hold the questions I have until we're in the discrete issue that the questions pertain to.
Okay, because we're not going to leave anything out. As I said just a little while ago, whatever's not in those 5, we have to get back on all of those things for a formal recommendation to council. Okay, Commissioner Chang then?
In that case, I was actually going to ask that process question, whether you wanted the questions on all topics to be asked now or kind of within each topic. And so I'm going to hold on my questions since they do pertain to each of the specific areas.
Okay, I have a couple more, but I can do that same thing. Any other general commissioner questions? Okay, so the first item, I believe, is the text amendment.
Yes. Would it be helpful for me to show the screen?
Probably, yeah. And I do remember that the original list is on page 30 of the old packet, which I'm sure we all used. Yeah, Commissioner Chang?
So I do have a question about the text amendment. So I saw that the applicant had written a letter to the city, and then the city had responded in which the applicant questioned the need for a text amendment. And the city said that the 50% requirement by city council required that we do this in the form of a text amendment. And so I had a question for Mr. Yang. If you could just explain that a little bit more, because I'm just not understanding it. And I'm sure there are many others who are not understanding it as well.
Sure. So the applicant argued in its letter that the council did not direct that a text amendment be prepared. And their position is that our code allows, not only allows below grade parking, but it already exempts below grade parking from floor area, from gross floor area in the R1 zone. And staff believe that the council clearly rejected that position and that interpretation of our code in March 2021. Moreover, what the council directed was that floor area for a below grade parking facility could be exempt as long as no more than 50% of the on-site parking required parking was placed below grade. And one of the points that was made in the staff response to the applicant letter is that that concept there's no way to find that our current code as written, supports that concept, that the below grade parking should only be exempt if it's less than 50% of the required parking. That's a completely new idea. And since the council directed that we pursue that completely new idea, necessarily there has to be a text amendment to address that completely new idea. And so in staff's view, that disproves the applicant's contention that the council didn't direct a text amendment here, because the council directed us to come up to, enact something that is new and has no basis in the existing code.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. So then a follow-on question to that is that if we did not pass an ordinance with this 50% rule, would it still be possible just using variance finding, right? Like could the garage still be built if there would just be a greater GFA that would need to be allowed with a variance?
In theory, yes, that would be possible. And it's a question for the commission and the council whether they believe the findings could be made for a variance at that higher GFA, including the floor area of the garage.
Understood. Thank you.
Other commissioners on this point?
Questions?
We could just take it right through to a motion. If you want to do questions and motions on the same time, we'll just do it. Yeah, Commissioner Heckman.
Sure. So if no one has any more questions, which I think that those are useful to get up front, but if nobody does, I will start by wading in with my thoughts on the text amendment. And this really builds on some comments I made the last time we talked about this. What we're talking about underground garages counting toward GFA. And what we know in the city outside of the R1 zone is that the underground garages are encouraged. They don't count toward GFA, and they are desirable. There's actually an encouragement, again, outside of the R1, to have them located there. And there are historical reasons for that. In this instance, the council has determined that within the R1, Or our ordinance doesn't say that. And so we are left with a text amendment to address it. And I understand the council's logic in that, and I want to try to build on that. But my view of this text amendment is that it should be broadly applicable with the portion of the parking allowed to be underground that doesn't count toward GFA to be set in the development approvals based on the circumstances of that particular development. In other words, I'm talking about a generic text amendment that doesn't set a percentage. And unique to Castellea, to use an example, since the council has made clear that they are interested in no more than 50% of the GFA, no more than 50% of the parking demand being met underground without tripping that GFA. My vision is that we would have a text amendment that is generically applicable, and in a condition of approval, we would set that 50% amount if that's ultimately the council's decision. And I think that flexibility is important because I think there are different circumstances in different developments. You know, we saw in Colomet, for example, when that was approved, and regardless of whether there was an error or not, because you know we've seen some information staff reports about that, but nobody's saying it didn't work well in that circumstance. And I believe that's it's all underground and it works fine. You know, I think about the JCC, which maybe 2 years ago, they took their surface parking lot and they basically put a roof over it that made it underground so that they could have play fields above it. And that I think works very well in that circumstance. But then I think about the Midtown YMCA where I am a member, and they've got this big parking field, and maybe if they wanted to expand their facility, that's surrounded on three sides by residential, by R1 residential, and maybe 100% underground wouldn't work well for that. And so, but I want us to have an ordinance that is flexible, so that we can address on a application by application the right percentage based upon a set of criteria that that could be baked into the text amendment. So my suggestion for the text amendment, and I'm of course interested to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say with their views, is that to some extent we simplify this. Instead of the criteria that are stated in the draft text amendment, which we have, and I'm going to be referring actually throughout my comments tonight to our packet from March 30th, because that was the one with all the attachments. Yes. Right. And so there are a couple of places where, the staff report tonight is identical to the staff report from then. So if I'm talking about the staff report, I'll try to give you the site from tonight, but otherwise I'm going to be talking about March 30th and everybody's nodding their head. So I think everybody's going to be doing that. So I'm looking at packet page 181, which has the draft language that is proposed by staff. And I agree with the first criteria, our accessory to a non-residential use. On criteria number 2, where staff has recommended located on a parcel that is 6 acres or greater, I would change that to 1 acre. Because again, we want maximum flexibility. There may be 1 acre sites where the parking for a non-residential use in an R1 zone works best. Underground or some part of it underground. And so I'm not finding any logic in having a larger starting size than 1 acre. I would not use historic resource as a criteria. And I would provide instead of a fixed percentage, like the 50% in the draft ordinance on page 181, that the percentage of allowed underground parking is the percentage set forth in the development agreement. And then as a companion to that, when we get to the conditions of approval, we would need a new condition of approval, or to add to one of the conditions of approval in the CUP, a condition limiting their underground parking to the 50% or whatever percentage the city council ultimately decides upon. For example, if this council were to ultimately decide on the hybrid, or option D, which I think has maybe that it's a higher percentage than 50, right? Then that would be the percentage in the use permit condition of approval. So that's my suggestion for how to tackle the text amendment and the companion modification to the conditions of approval. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I think that was a really interesting idea, because I was really struggling with the ordinance and the choices as presented as presented in the staff report. I felt that as written, it was written for one property, which feels inappropriate. I don't want to spot zone in the code. But then looking at the information on packet page 36 in the old packet, where there's a list of sites, that just wasn't enough information for me to understand the costs and the benefits of making changes. It's just a list of sites. And I mean, I saw that there's a categorization based on the acreage, but as I thought about it, without knowing what costs or benefits we were trying to address with the ordinance, or what's the purpose of the ordinance outside of this particular project, I thought it might, to slice and dice these properties, there were these parcels, it might be more appropriate to look at what type of road the property was on, because that's a different type of implication. So whether it's an arterial or a feeder, or, if it's a busier street, it might be less disruptive or more disruptive. I don't know, to have an underground parking garage. And so I was really struggling with it and couldn't find a reasonable way to look at the ordinance. But if I'm now going to switch gears and piggyback on what Commissioner Heckman has suggested, Commissioner Heckman suggested starting at 1 acre, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with that, because I don't have any idea what the implications would be. I don't know how many parcels that would affect, nor how many neighbors that would affect. And so I would feel more comfortable, with somewhat of a finite list as presented with 2 acres if we were to do something like that. But then furthermore, I think I would want to specify that the underground garage is not exempt from GFA unless a percentage is specified to be exempt in a development agreement. So in other words, because we haven't been able to because this ordinance is buried within, because this legislative item is kind of buried within a quasi-judicial item, I'm not sure that the broader public is aware that we are even considering something like this. And so to make it the least amount of change, but still to maintain flexibility, so the least amount of change from what council has publicly stated, my current thinking is that if we were to do something like what Commissioner Heckman has suggested, that we start with the premise that the garage counts towards GFA unless exempted by a development agreement.
Did you want other comments first, Commissioner Heckman? Or?
I just wanted a clarifying question of what Commissioner Chang just said, because you mentioned a couple of times development agreement, and I wondered if you meant condition of approval or if they were interchangeable. The GFA counts unless the parking percentage that counts is listed in a condition of approval.
I think I would defer to Mr. Yang about something like that. I don't know what the appropriate vehicle is. I understand the gist of what Commissioner Heckman is suggesting, though, is to do these on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, so I'll weigh in from staff. So we do not do a lot of development agreements. So our preference would be through a CUP or that would be one way to do it. Another way, I think Commissioner Heckman said through the development review, which could be any process application type that we have. But I think perhaps we use a CUP as the mechanism if this notion goes forward.
Sure, a CUP definitely seems the most appropriate, and I believe all these uses in a R1 zone require a CUP anyway, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Suma, Vice Chair Suma.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff for responding to us by providing the list on packet page 36. And, but I agree with Commissioner Chang that just there wasn't enough information there to really understand the impacts, and nor do I think we would be able to pursue that as a citywide ordinance, because it would be a big change in a timeline that was agreeable to the Castellea applicants, because I think it would take quite some time to have a study session and, for staff to prepare it and go through the whole process. I did think all along that it should be handled as a citywide consideration, and we really have no precedent for this now, especially since city staff confirmed that Colometh was basically a mistake. But I do see the need for this, and I think on a case by case, because 2 applicants now have asked for it, and I think on a case by case basis, we might want to consider this. The actual text amendment as proposed is troubling to me because it basically applies to one property, and it looks like a kind of a spot zoning special privilege situation. So I think that my view is that there would be a better way to handle it, and if staff thinks it's a CUP, then maybe that's better. I am not comfortable with it the way it is, and I would love to have had a broader discussion about 4 years ago about this issue, so we could apply it citywide and understand the impacts, benefits, or drawbacks for these larger conditional uses in R1 neighborhoods. That's where I am with this.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a concern for me for many years, and it's very good to see that staff has brought it to us. I agree with comments made by some of the other commissioners that this is a pretty big deal and changes. It's almost outside the scope of the application from Castellea, except that if it were already in place, then the applicant could use it. So I'm a little apprehensive about kind of pushing this forward in the current approach. That said, since it's before us, I will provide some comments. When I look at the list on packet page 36, I'm very concerned. I'm not sure if it's in the best interest of the city to build underground garages or permit underground garages in all of these locations. They're, as I try and imagine it feels very different than what we have done. And the areas which these properties are located are different than the areas that have underground garages already. And so I have a serious pause when I read this list and try and understand how we want to apply this more. Who mentioned the JCC, that is located in an industrial area. So I'm not sure it's a comparable point to bring up, or I'm interested in hearing clarifying comments if it does apply. So I'm not sure how we can move forward with it as part of this application, but I do think it definitely needs to be addressed. We've been talking about this, I want to say, several years at this point, because Colomet was not, did not have a precedent when it went forward. So I think that the case is going to need to be really thoroughly studied, and that's because the nature of this is so very different. This would be a major change for Palo Alto. So I just want to throw that out there. That's where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have a couple comments as well, but first I have a couple questions for Commissioner Heckman. Clarification questions. So is your intent to primarily have any of these flexible things be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis, you said, relative to what below ground parking is coded as FAR?
Correct. Based upon if you want to look at packet page 36, if any of those uses applied for a redevelopment or a change that we were proposing an underground parking garage, then as a part of that approval process, the city would decide what percentage from 0 to 100% of an underground garage would be excluded from GFA.
Right. And so I'm going to ask you a question, which I know is not the right legal wording. That's your department. But isn't that more or less doing spot zoning for every project? If somebody is deciding what percentage is going to count against FAR?
Well, in the sense you're asking it, then every condition imposed on the use permit is a case of spot zoning. For example, the TDM we have in the present case, we've never seen a TDM like that with all of those requirements. So rather than use the term spot zoning.
Okay, I'll rephrase.
Yeah. Tailored.
Aren't you, to make sure that this applies fairly to all, why wouldn't you determine one percentage and that's it, unless they get a variance?
Well, in my view, because every piece of property is unique, and that's why we don't, for example, have one set of conditions of approval for every CUP. Every use is going to have its own unique attributes, and the struggle that we and the council, frankly, have gone through on this item is to figure out, faced with the particular Castellea issue that we have in front of us, what's the right percentage? And I think the council tried to do that in a knowing way rather than a haphazard way, but on a different project, they might come to a different percentage, and it wouldn't be based on abstract. It would be based on factors that, in my suggestion, we'd have to develop the criteria that staff would look at.
That was going to be my next question. Otherwise, you're spot zoning because you're throwing something to council, or if it were down at the director level, they would say, well, this is like 30%, not 50%, or these are good guys, or, it'd have to be a real robust set of conditions if it was going to vary beyond the whatever number.
I agree. It would have to be a set of criteria that looked at impacts of the underground parking on the particular location of the property, which is what the exercise we've been going through here for 3 years.
Yeah. So a lot of my other comments are identical to what the other three commissioners said relative to it's still the way it's written right now is spot zoning. Probably looking at combining this with the variance that is being considered anyway for Castellea would be the way out. I want to say that staff did the first step of what we asked them to do in our feedback, which is to give us some samples of properties that would be affected if we spread it out, because we clearly all of us present feel that there should be something applicable to the city if we're going to do it, not to just one property. But as two of my commissioners flanking me said, that doesn't really tell us the impacts on the area and so on. So I think the creativity that that Commissioner Heckman has come up with is good. I don't think we're there yet. I'm not sure that it's going to get us there on this item. That's tonight. Yeah, that's the problem I have with it. And the only way that I can think of, and this is just thinking off the cuff, is if we, came up with some general process with consideration for Castellea that we hope is going to flow into the other process, but that's not the best way to make policy on something like this. This, from the direction of council, we've been directed to come back with some text amendment. And it seems like they are keen to get that, but are already putting the judgment on it with the direction that came in the text amendment, that they'd rather only have part or none of it apply to the FAR. So it seems like they could make that same individual judgment through the variance without even dealing with this at this point. Your hand up again? Okay. Commissioner Suma.
Quick question for staff. Can you remind me, there's 52, can you remind me of the parking below grade that's being proposed and on site at grade?
Yes, Amy French. 52 spaces, which is half of the 104, are proposed in option E.
In option
E. Excellent.
52 in the garage, and how many at grade?
37, which is the 26 surface spaces shown in project alternative 4, plus 11 spaces added in option E to the surface because of the pool adjust to save tree 155 and the removal of the ramp.
And then there's also the 54 spaces in the public parking spaces on the 3 sides of Castellea that are being proposed. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because when we talk about I think that I'm not sure how we are proposing giving those to Castellea. Right now, it's an informal arrangement. And I bring it up now because it seems like the appropriate time, but if they also have 54, I believe it is, spaces that are public parking spots on their side, basically the street, I wonder if we're giving them 54 free spaces and 50% in the garage, if that makes sense. And I don't know how to count the 54, and I don't know how we are going to handle their use of that. And in my thinking about it, so we don't give away a public resource permanently. And I don't know if anyone has thought of this or the council really thought of it, but I was wondering if there would be something like an annual lease of those spots.
If I could respond through the chair.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. This application does not state that they have a right to those spaces. It's a gentle person's agreement with the neighborhood that they are operating under, that the city has not sanctioned as part of any use permit. This is something that they are doing, that the neighborhood has come to some agreement about. Don't park on our side, we won't park on your side. It's not something the city is overseeing or giving away or anything related to conditions of approval. This is something that's
right, but they're
street parking for everybody.
They're counting on it in their parking plan. They're counting on those spaces.
I think they did. It's not necessarily a parking plan. We asked them to do a study of the demand. And so they were counting those street spaces in response to a request to understand what's happening in the neighborhood and the parking demand. So that's why we got that report that talked about
so
this.
they were included in Castellea's parking demand. Okay, I understand they're
not included in the project request.
Correct.
Or project application.
But Castellea feels that they need them. Okay, I was just wondering, I just wanted to ask because I wasn't sure when that would fit into the conversation. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, Commissioner Heckman?
So I appreciate hearing from all of the commissioners on my idea. And I think hearing some of those comments helped me refine it a little bit. What I'd like to do at this point is actually make a motion so we can, so I can take all of your temperature on this, and if it's not successful, then we'll look at a different motion. And so again, I'm looking at packet page 180, 181, and I'm going to provide specific language for the language. But before I do, I wanted to point, because this is a issue that Commissioner Chang had raised, and I think it was a good one, that unless in your approval there is a specific percentage set forth, then 100% of the underground garage counts as GFA. And so I think staff has actually done that part of the work already. If we look at packet page 180, and we're dealing in section 18.04.030, subsection A65, if you can believe that. Subpart 3, carports, garages, and below grade parking facilities, except as excluded in section A65D8, shall be included in gross floor area. So I think, I mean, it's exactly right that that's the way it should lay out, and staff has drafted it that way. So I think that part works fine. What I want to propose is new language for subpart Roman 8, which is on the top of packet page 181. Some of the language here I'm going to keep, and I'm going to replace part, and I'll point that out. So I'd just like to go ahead and read my proposed language. So in one coherent line. So below grade parking facilities that, number 1, are accessory to non-residential uses. 2, are located on a parcel that is 2 acres or greater. And 3, do not provide more than the percentage of the base required on-site vehicle parking determined by the city and specifically set forth in the project approvals pursuant to section blank shall be excluded from the calculation of gross floor area. A below grade parking facilities that does not meet all of these criteria shall be included in the calculation of gross floor area in its entirety. So that is the section. So you can see that I kept the language from shall be excluded. And
so just to review, 1 is the same, 2, you substituted 2 for 6 acres, 3 is deleted, and then 4 is more substantive.
Right, so 3 and 4, right, 3 I deleted, which made 4 become 3, and 3 I made into a generic, a non-specified condition that referred, or percentage that referred to the project approval, and section blank, this is where we get to this criteria concept, because I don't know where within the city's CUP regulations is the proper place to direct, to fill in that blank with the section, and possibly to build criteria depending upon what's in that section already, because I do think that our CUP provisions have a robust set of criteria for determining project impacts. So that's the motion.
Comments? Commissioner Templeton?
I'll second it.
Okay, so now we can have discussion. Seeing no lights right now, just a couple quick questions. I think changing it from 1 to 2 as opposed to where it was at 6 doesn't really address the questions that Commissioner Chang raised before, which is that we don't know anything about those properties. And is the intent that all those would be in the all that would be in the development agreement? Or a cup?
Right, because that's when we're going to know all about the particular development, is when they apply for the development. And that's when the decision of between 0 and 100% would be made in the process of that approval, when we were analyzing that particular project. So the language that I'm proposing doesn't give any of those 2-acre and above properties a right to any parking garage that doesn't fully count against GFA. It's only if, when they go through the process, the city decides, okay, this percentage does not apply to GFA. If you want anything more than that, it will apply to GFA.
And the other question is, so is your intent to do kind of what I was suggesting? Does it try to craft this for the applicant and then have the same section be workable for other properties in the future?
I'm not, ask me again.
If the, do you feel like the language there allows us to apply this to Castellea, and the same language allows future councils with some criteria that you discussed before to apply it to other properties?
I do. And in fact, the nice aspect of doing it this way right now is, while in the long run, I think it would be useful to develop some specific criteria, we don't need that for Castellea, because the council has already decided pretty much what that percentage is for Castellea. And so, and again, maybe they'll be persuaded to some slightly different number or not, but we don't really need the council didn't need the criteria that we haven't yet devised to come up with a number for Castellea. So they can just plug that number into the conditions of approval if it's 50%. And the text amendment that I've proposed works seamlessly with that. And then staff can get busy if in looking at our CUP ordinance, if we need some additional criteria, because again, from staff's perspective, this is a new concept because they had a different read on this ordinance historically. And so if they think we need to build in some new criteria, I think we have the luxury, a little bit of time before the next underground garage in an R1 by a non-residential use might present itself.
Commissioners Chang or Suma? I think Commissioner Templeton has a ghost hand up.
No, I don't. I have a new hand up.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Then your
Chair.
hand was up first. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess one thing I'm just trying to understand, it looks like this change here we're talking about on 180, 181 is just about calculating GFA and not whether or not garages should go in all of these places. Are these, in other words, is this inherently all mushed together, or is this separate?
May I?
Yes,
Yes, please do.
So it's staff's view that below grade garages are permitted in for non-residential uses in the R1. It's just a question of, do they count towards GFA or not?
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Yang. Yeah, I if I recall correctly, the discussion around that was rather complicated, and the reason it was believed to be there is that it wasn't explicitly not there, and this is making it more explicitly there, if that makes any sense. And so, you know, I don't have a problem at all with the calculation portion of the program. I'm just worried, what are the implications of it, and does that make it more likely that we're going to have many, many more very large underground garages throughout our R1 zones? So that's sort of where my thinking is right now. I'd love to hear anyone else's thoughts on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
I echo Commissioner Templeton's concerns. And while I think this is a good solution for Castellea, given the conundrum that we're facing, Where I'm most concerned now about the proposal on the table is sort of how, I don't know that we've received kind of adequate public comment on this, because this new idea is very different from what was proposed. And I think, like I said earlier, kind of buried under the heading of Castellea. And so I worry about those larger implications. On the other hand, what gives me a little bit of comfort is that we've talked about the actual number determination. I mean, in my view, based on what City Council has said, it is legal for there to be an underground garage in R1. And when if Castellea builds one, then it will already make that quite obvious that it's legal. So what gives me a little bit of comfort with the motion on the table is that if it's done through a CUP process, that if I understand correctly, maybe this is a question also for staff buried in my comments, is that it needs to come before public comment. I mean, it needs to come and the public will be allowed to comment on any subsequent new development so that we can better understand the impacts.
Mr. Yang, would you like to address that?
Yeah, I'll take a
Okay.
cut at that first. So, so the CUP process in Palo Alto is one that is reviewed by the director, and there could be we send a notice, and there could be a request for a hearing by any member of the public, and there's no fee for that request, and that hearing is held before the PTC, your commission. And additionally, the director could also, on his or her own, volition, schedule that hearing as well, should there be community interest or desire to do so. When there is a hearing before the PTC, the item is then referred to the city council, who would either accept the PTC's recommendation on consent or would pull it, and they would have their own public hearing.
Thank you for that information. I'm still not quite sure. It's a new idea, so I'm not entirely sure how this sits with me, but I don't think I could vote for the motion unless it were clear that an underground garage GFA exemption could not happen without a public hearing. Does that make
Yeah.
in other words, not just a CUP, because the CUP, as Director Late explained, could be approved just by the director. So I would want an additional stipulation that it would have to, in order for this to be exempt from GFA, there would have to be a public hearing of some sort. But again, that makes me slightly more comfortable. I'm not still sure how I feel about the overall picture.
Yeah. Well, the director, you got to be suspicious of the director. Understanding that, but that also could be worded into the language.
Yeah.
Or added.
The text amendment language, you mean?
Yeah.
Through the chair, if I may, yeah, I think I've looked at that, and again, I think it's a fine idea. We want these publicly aired. And so in the language that I proposed, after my new language determined by the city, if you just added the language after a public hearing, and then continue with what I said, and specifically set forth in the project approved pursuant to section blank, that captures that idea. And I think it's a good addition. So I would accept that as a friendly amendment if it wanted to be offered that way, understanding that you're not yet on board to support the motion.
Sure, I will offer it as a friendly amendment.
And I will accept it as the maker of the motion.
Vice Chair Suma?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We need Carrie Templeton to
Sorry.
continue her second.
Commissioner Templeton approves.
Thank you.
Okay. Question for staff also, not counting it as gross floor area affect impact fees? Aren't impact fees based on floor area?
Yeah, give me 1 minute, please.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I understand that this is something the council wanted to do in this case for this applicant in this location. And I'm just not convinced it makes sense in, I don't know how many, 15 or 16 of the other locations that staff offered, which would fit in at 2 or more, 2 acres or more. I'm not sure, since we haven't considered, as Commissioner Chang said, this is a new notion and we haven't really considered it. I don't feel comfortable making that decision this evening. I think if the council still wants to do this for this applicant in this location, they should do it through the CUP or whatever vehicle staff thinks is the best. So I'm still not 100% on board with this.
And the other item that's there is, I think, again, as I understand your motion, Commissioner Heckman, is that eventually council would pick a percentage that they would apply based on some new criteria relative to the cup as to what percentage would apply. I mean, it still seems to me, without seeing those criteria, a little bit arbitrary, but so are variances. So I understand that point as well. And what you're saying is that they kind of already know what they want to do on this. So the analysis is going to be brief to get to where they want to go. And then that's sort of a set of criteria for other projects. Is that about right?
Well, almost. The criteria may be sufficiently in our existing CUP ordinances. I'm just not wanting to put staff on the spot tonight to make a declaration, yay or nay. So this is something that they can look at as this moves forward. And if they decide that additional criteria is necessary for this specific process, then they can suggest a text amendment to our CUP provisions, directly related to this. And we have the luxury of a little bit of time to go through that exercise with staff, with the PTC and the council, because we don't have, as far as I know, any other pending applications for underground garages in the R1.
Vice Chair Suma?
Yes, I also had a look at our Bible, the comp plan, and policy policy L-3.5, avoid negative impacts of basement construction for single-family homes on adjacent properties, public resources, and the natural environment. And I note that we are, as a community, we have a sustainability goal that is based on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that underground basements use a tremendous amount of resources and they displace groundwater and aren't very desirable. So once again, I think that the council has made very clear what they want to do for this applicant in this location. But I think it's going kind of the wrong direction to encourage more folks to do this for environmental reasons. So I just thought I'd add that. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Commissioner Suma's comments, both about the environmental impacts as well as about the impact fees, I think have convinced me that I don't know enough about the implications of the motion on the table at this time to be able to vote for it. Thanks.
So it seemed the only, I guess I'm asking Mr. Yang this, but the only alternative to addressing this is just to basically go back to council and say, we think you should add this to any decisions you want on the variance, because it needs to, in our judgment, it needs to apply more broadly. And we don't have enough data to make that motion tonight. So I'm just kind of fishing for, where can we go to meet the council's request here?
So I guess in staff's view, council's request was for a text amendment that would apply this, and staff proposed that it apply very narrowly. And I guess what I'm understanding your question to be is, can they apply it narrowly in a way other than the text amendment? And I suppose it's possible through the variance, but I don't know if the council would, be able to make those variance findings.
Okay. But it does seem that that's the only other recommendation that we could make, is that since it's, more or less spot zoning, they can handle it through a variance instead of do the spot zone, or try to establish this method that Commissioner Heckman has creatively come up with.
Well, I guess I would suggest that the ordinance, that the narrowly tailored ordinance is the best vehicle to accomplish this.
You mean the text that you have here?
Right.
All right. Yeah, Commissioner Heckman?
Just to point out this, my view is that a variance is not a workable procedure for this issue. And in fact, the Castellea is not applying, the variance they're applying for is not an exclusion of underground garage gross floor area. The variance findings, which we're familiar with from Castellea, are there has to be some unique circumstance justifying a departure from the generally applicable rules. And so when you're thinking about any of the properties here on this list that are 2 acres or more, it's hard for me to envision a situation where the only way they could have parking is with an underground garage. Otherwise, they can't have parking on their site. Well, that's not going to be realistic, because you're just going to need to revise your development. And so I don't have any optimism that a variance is an alternative solution here. I think it would leave us with no solution. Just and it sounds to me like at least a couple of the commissioners, what they really don't like is the fact that even if we do nothing under the council's current interpretation, our ordinance allows underground garages in an R1. They just count as GFA, and all of the impacts, environmental impacts that we're concerned about occur. They just count as GFA, and apparently we collect impact fees, but those don't ameliorate the environmental impacts. Those impacts are still real. And so if that's the issue that some of the commissioners have, then I think that's a message that should go to the council. But it's not the direction they gave us for tonight.
Other questions or comments?
Chair, from the staff desk. So we've been, so you have a motion on the table, and we've been working based on the commission's remarks to craft that motion and make some adjustments real time. So we can share that on screen for the commissioners to take a look at it, so you can see exactly what you're voting on. I'll ask Mr. Yang to share his screen, and then you'll see that it includes the 2 acres and the public hearing requirement. And I'll just again remind the commission that at that 2 acre level, there are 16 properties that are subject to it. Again, there's a discretionary conditional use permit that's required, a public hearing that would be required, and necessarily go to the city council for final action. based on that format. So there's opportunities for public engagement, review, and consideration. Mr. Yang, are you able to share your screen?
I'm sorry, just a moment. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, and if you could maybe, yeah, enlarge it a bit here. Maybe as much as you can go without compromising the text. So this picks up after that provision that Chair Heckman noted, where we're already saying before this, it counts as floor area.
So I guess two things to clarify. One, this is staff's suggestion on how to sort of save some words in the way that compared to Commissioner Heckman's motion. And I just want to clarify that the language earlier that states that it counts as floor area unless it's excluded here, that is staff's understanding of the current effect of our code. So that language is added above for clarification, but we don't believe that's a substantive change from what the council's directed is the interpretation of this code.
Sure. I'm sorry, just to note that reference to section 1876.010, if this wasn't mentioned, that's to our conditional use permit chapter.
Commissioner Heckman?
So a question of staff on the rewrite. And I'm noticing in the third line, really I'm focusing on the language, the parking specified in the project approval, that right there. The language that staff had in the prior draft, which I kept, it was the percentage of the base required on-site vehicle parking. And that's been replaced in this draft with the parking specified, which maybe I'm comfortable with that, but hearing some of the comments of my fellow commissioners who wanted maybe more precision, I'm wondering if staff, what staff's reasoning for not using its former language of the percentage of the base required on-site vehicle parking instead of just parking.
Sure. I guess we're really just talking about a certain number of parking spaces, right, that we're comfortable with being excluded from gross floor area. And so whether that number is expressed as a percentage of another number or it's just a number on its own, we're really just talking about that number. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that. I guess here's the dilemma. When one of these comes to the city, if the city, and I'm just going to use an example, 100 parking spaces are required, and the city decides that 60 count and 40 don't, then the 60 and the 40 are both parking specified in the project approval. And so, so maybe, again, I did like staff's original language based on the percentage. I agree with you, Mr. Yang, that in the future decisions, they might be described in terms of a percentage, or they might be described in terms of spaces. And so maybe we can find a way to allow that flexibility while still providing this clarity.
Yeah, no concerns from staff. We can add that percentage language back in. We were just trying to streamline it, but
Understood.
But that's great. That's fine.
Yeah, my concern on the motion is still, it seems like it is going to be quite arbitrary, but it also seems like the existing application is also going to be approved basically arbitrarily, meaning this council decides that none of that counts, so it doesn't count. And in the next project, they could decide that 100% of it counts, and I don't get how they make that decision. So that's a concern, and we can't create that tonight. So we're kind of in a pickle because it seems to me that we either pass this one, pass another one with different language, or vote that we're not going to pass one and ask for a variance, and then we haven't addressed their direction really.
So I guess we see where the vote goes on the motion, and worst comes to worst, we send a couple of options to the council to consider. There's the staff notion. There's this one. We can even maybe refine it a little bit if we need to between now and the commission. The council meeting. If the commission, and this has happened before, right? If you had a 3-3 vote, or if you're which you won't have tonight, but if you don't forward a recommendation, we would still staff say, here's what was presented and here's our recommendation. And that way council could still consider those options and weigh in and make a decision on that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not on the table for us is our opining on what percentage of this should be counted or not. So that's a hands tied kind of situation because they've already decided that.
Looks like the motion's been updated.
I'm sorry?
It looks like the motion on your screen has been updated to retain the percentage language.
Would it be helpful to any of the commissioners to change that to number on parcels, which would therefore, by definition, restrict the number of parcels that this would apply to?
And so packet page 36 again has those breakdowns of properties that would be affected at different acreages and of the March 30th report.
Right, so at 3 acres, it would affect 4 properties. Sorry, yeah, 4.
Sorry, can I correct that, please?
Yeah.
At 3 or more acres, it's a total of 7, 4 properties,
Sorry.
plus the 3 that are the 4 acre threshold.
So does any commissioner want to change that number or not? Yeah, I guess then we're ready for a vote. Could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Chang,
No.
Commissioner Hackman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
No.
Commissioner Regdal recused, Commissioner Ruparvar absent, Vice Chair Suma,
No.
Starting a line of people who would like to speak to the no votes. I will actually start that line. I understand the direction here. I understand what was trying to be accomplished. I really value Commissioner Heckman's creativity on this. I think that without the criteria, it's hard to make this a blanket resolution as we were trying to get to. And also without the criteria, it kind of makes it just for this property, which the council can and apparently has done already. So I think it should be either they decide to go ahead with this text amendment, which they certainly can do, or put it into their discussion about any sort of FAR variance. Commissioner Chang?
I voted no for the reasons I stated earlier, which is I think there are broader implications that we just don't know about probably, since this is a relatively new idea. And as well, I'm unclear based on our comprehensive plan and, sort of the bad effects of concrete, as if this is what we want to do, to be in line with our comprehensive plan. And finally, the implications about allowing development to happen without collecting impact fees is also a big negative for me.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I'm glad we had the discussion. So that is why I seconded this motion. But I do not think that we are close to ready to recommend changes like this, knowing our body and how we really want to do the thorough vetting before we make recommendations to council. I don't think this is there yet.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, your light is back on. Okay, let's get Commissioner Suma's comments first.
Yeah, I don't think I need to repeat everything I said before, but for all those reasons, and also I note that this was, council was very clearly trying to contain this, and we expanded it, so it doesn't seem to be in the spirit of what the council wanted, and they're, going to do what they want to do on this. But thank you to Commissioner Heckman for thinking about that so carefully.
So,
Mr. Yang?
Yeah, so just, in the interest of time moving forward, we typically don't need to hear from no votes on a motion that fails. The purpose of providing opportunity for no votes to speak is so that, the minority perspective is in the record.
Yeah, I am aware of that. I think it was, close enough in decision-making and there was some merit there. So I wanted to pass that on in the minutes to the council.
Okay, so just, just a question then, as far as what the commission would like to do then with this ordinance, is it, we can move on to the next item, but is the commission saying that you need more time to consider the ordinance, or are you just going to move forward, no recommendation on the ordinance?
I think it's, as one commissioner, it's no recommendation, which is another reason I thought that we should give our comments as to the no votes. But other commissioners agree with that, or no? Commissioner Heckman?
Well, I didn't want to cut off dialogue. I think there, among the four of you, there may be another motion. Maybe you maybe you like the staff version, or maybe you want to recommend that they don't do a text amendment. So I didn't want to necessarily cut off the dialogue. I'm comfortable going forward with no recommendation on this, but that isn't necessarily what we have to do.
Totally correct. I was reading the tea leaves from the comments after the votes. Commissioner Chang?
Well, then I can make a motion, because I believe that, kind of based on our prior discussion, that we think that a that a text amendment that applies only to one property is inappropriate. So therefore, my motion would be that we don't make a text amendment and handle it through the variance process.
Second for that? No second.
Oh, I thought you seconded. I'll second.
No. Okay. Commissioner Suma, okay. Other discussion on that? On the motion, yes. Go ahead.
So I won't be supporting the motion for two reasons. First, the council on March 15th specifically directed that there be a text amendment. So this is inconsistent with their direction. And second, as I mentioned before, this is not an issue that realistically can be handled through a variance consistent with state law because in almost every circumstance, the findings for a variance, well, I don't know for every circumstance, but in most circumstances I can think of, you won't be able to make the findings for a variance for an underground garage on a new build.
Other comments? As I said before, I don't actually think it's necessary because we contain our comments there. And I think that what council will do is go ahead and do their own text amendment. So I don't really feel like it's really relevant. So I don't want to vote for it. Put it that way. Any other comments? Question? Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lay, didn't you say this would be better handled as a in the cup condition rather than a variance that could be handled in the cup?
I don't recall expressing an opinion about that, but I think I was making a distinction relative to the development agreement or CUP, and of the two, definitely the CUP. But I do think a CUP is an appropriate vehicle.
So maybe the maker would change it from variance to CUP.
Sure, I'd be happy to change it to CUP instead of variance.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that our current code would allow this to be handled through a CUP. For the CUP, determine what counts or doesn't count as floor area.
Right. No, it would require a text amendment for sure.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
along the lines of the motion that failed.
Okay, then
right.
if there is no, so staff, what staff is saying, there is no other way to achieve this.
Yeah, I think we've, yeah, excuse me. I think I think yes, Mr. Yang laid that out. The council, the staff perspectives, the council overturning that. I think it's pretty clear that it's allowed in the R1 zone, but it counts as floor area, and to exempt it from floor area, we need a text amendment.
Okay. I think in that case, I will withdraw my second.
Then I withdraw my motion too.
I think we should just leave it as it is. And I think we've had a robust conversation, so thanks.
Okay. It's 8 o'clock. Should we take a short break? And, take a sniff of fresh air or whatever? Let's see. I've got about 12 after. Could we go to like 20 after? Is that all right? Okay, we'll be right back.
Okay.
welcome back. I think we still have all of our technology, always a good thing. So we finished that item and then we're moving right down the list. And so the next one is enrollment. So I'd like to start discussion on enrollment, commissioners. Commissioner Chang?
Right, so I don't have any questions on this, but it didn't seem like anybody else had questions either, so I thought I would launch us right into discussion in the interest of time. Okay, so since the December 15th PTC meeting, I don't believe the PTC has received any new information that would cause me to change my thinking on enrollment. However, since that meeting, I did also carefully reread the Fares and Piers parking study, which is dated July 23rd, 2021. And I looked at the study in the context of parking garage option E, which seems to be the parking option that we've been circling around. So parking option E reduces the parking requirement from 104 to 89 spaces based on a robust TDM. And that's a big reduction. But with that reduction, note that based on the Fares and Piers study, somewhere between an enrollment of 450 and 460, it's a little difficult for me to see from their charts. Peak demand will already exceed both the on-site parking of 89 spaces and the street parking that Castellet was using in their study. So to reiterate, somewhere between an enrollment of 450 and 460, Castellet will run out of parking. And that includes the gentleman's agreement parking. So it's like a more, there's more parking spaces included in that calculation. So that study is information that the city council did not have at the time. It suggested the PTC discuss how and when enrollment should increase starting from 450 with this cup. And so given neighborhood concerns about enrollment and given the disruption that will occur during construction with additional trips made by construction vehicles, I really don't think it wise or appropriate to increase enrollment beyond 450 in the manner of this table was suggesting, because there's been new information. Further, there's other concerns that have been mentioned in public comment, including the density of students on Castellet's site already relative to other schools. And precisely because of Castellet's small site surrounded on all sides by residential neighborhoods and residential neighbors in close proximity. And in that way, Castellet does seem unique based on the schools that were shown in a table in this packet, that it's the only high school on such a small site with neighbors on all sides. Because of that uniqueness, I feel like we really have to make sure the neighborhood concerns are addressed. And trust has been severely eroded over the last 10 years, and it's time to make an agreement that will help our community heal. I also remain concerned about the time frame in which TDM violations can be readily remediated with this kind of step function increases that's on the screen right now. And so the table for increases is really aggressive in an environment when trust between the school and the neighbors is probably at the lowest it's ever been. And it's also really aggressive at 25 students per year when historically we've been increasing only 30 students every 10 years with the cup. So 450 is a number that everybody agrees on. The city council agrees, the neighbors agree. And there have been some comments, public comments that I wanted to address, that it would be ridiculous to ask the applicant to go through the CUP process again in order to get a future increase. And I agree this process has been really lengthy, yet we are where we are because of the complexity of this CUP, right? Because it's not only an enrollment increase, it combines a major construction project with a large GFA variance with also an enrollment increase that's more aggressive than any that has been asked of the city in the past. I think a future CUP application would be much simpler, especially after Castellet has met its TEM goals for a few years and trust with the community has been restored. So I really think we need to start at a place where we can heal because this is a contentious issue. And so I do have a motion I'd like to make, but I see that there's another commissioner with some discussion.
That's all right. You can do a motion.
I can make a motion anyway. So the motion I'd like to make, because I am interested in just putting motion on the table so that we can just discuss it. I think that really helped last time with the last issue. So my motion would be to increase enrollment to 450 immediately via this CUP, but to put a moratorium on enrollment increases until construction is completed, at which time the applicant can again apply for an enrollment increase. That could be more of a step function table that's on the screen. I just think now is not the time.
I can second that.
Okay, moved and seconded, but we'll go to, well, I guess I need to address the seconder if you want to speak now, or we can go to Commissioner Templeton first.
No, please go to Commissioner Templeton.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm surprised that you encouraged the maker to go forward without discussion, given that we did have discussion and we have a history of having discussion before we have one round of discussions before we have motions. However, given the circumstances, it is what it is. I'm concerned about the verbiage that we've heard tonight. Labeling a enrollment chart of students as aggressive is confusing to me. And it's a loaded word. Also challenging the trust in the applicant is curious as well. Stating that everybody agrees on what the number should be is also curious. I certainly don't agree with that. As I stated before, the CUP process is extremely cumbersome and costly for the city and does not promote healing because it would carry this out for a long period of time. So I don't support the motion. One comment I did want to make before this was, given the way that the Bay Area and our city specifically is going to be adding housing, we do have to think about adding capacity in schools. And I know this is something that other commissioners have mentioned as an important priority. I recognize this isn't a public school, but understanding that many of our schools will need to grow and many of the schools in the area will need to expand. I'm not decided, certainly not decided on 450. So I won't support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Suma, did you want to discuss your second or the motion in general?
Sure. Just briefly, I found the analysis of the fair and peers and Commissioner Chang compelling, and also the fact that the council did not have the benefit of that document when they made this, remanded this back to us. And I also think the 450 number, I don't think the intention was to say everybody agreed with it, but it's certainly a number right now that the PTC can be comfortable with, that the neighbors, the concerned neighbors are comfortable with, and it allows for movement, but it also allows for, it sends a message really that it's giving them more students. It is an increase, and it is an increase. The last time they had a really big increase was in the 90s, and that was because, but the campus increased size at that time because that's when they were given Melville Street. So I think this is a prudent and good way to go. I think it shows goodwill towards the neighbors, and I think the council will be comfortable with this. And as we have said in the past, many of us, there's nothing to preclude them from coming back and asking for a CUP. And in the absence of a CUP and a variance and a construction project all being approved at one time, and maybe a text amendment, it'll be a much simpler process. So I'm comfortable with this for everyone.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start with a question. Commissioner Chang referred to the fair and peer study, and I appreciate her digging deep and finding that. But it made me curious because I haven't looked at that study in this round of preparation, but I wanted an understanding of, in that study, what was, as Commissioner Chang explained it, somewhere between 450 and 460 students, they will run out of parking. And that includes the street side parking. And so is there a member of staff who can tell me what, if anything, Fair and Peers predicted would happen when they reached that point? Because my belief is Fair and Peers was looking at the possibility of an enrollment of 540 because that was the application amount. So the parking study logically would run to 540. So for example, was there a statement in the Fair and Peers that once you got past 460, people were going to park in the neighborhood? What was their conclusion? What happens after 450 to 460?
We do have, we can pull that study up on the screen. We also have Sylvia from Office of Transportation.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I do need to probably spend a minute just to refresh my memory on the chart. I do see that it goes up to 540, the demand, and they indicate a point where there's where the parking demand and supply exists. But I believe my understanding, and again, I need to double check this, is that the TDM plan, the robust TDM plan, would serve to mitigate those numbers. That's the idea, is that there'd be less trips, less parking, and less demand. But I need to spend some moments and look at that again. And I'll note, it may be, Chair, that the applicants, Fair and Peers may be represented this evening too. So if through the chair, you want to ask that question of the applicant, that might be a more efficient way of.
Do you have the exact spot, Commissioner?
It's on page, it's in the report that was prepared, I want to say mid 2021.
So it's figure 6 in the Fair and Peers study, and they have all sorts of charts in the study. Some that show, with the full 104 required on-site spaces, and they have other charts that show what happens with like a 20% reduction. They didn't do the actual 14.4% reduction, but the charts still show, they do have numbers on the sides. So I can't tell exactly where the point is. And then they do show how many space shortfall there is.
All right, let me just ask a follow-up question then. In the either the mitigation measures or the conditions of approval, is there any kind of prohibition of a requirement that Castellea ensure that their students and faculty not park in the neighborhood? Are there controls like that?
There are conditions regarding that, and as part of the TDM plan, that have restrictions on that, and it's part of the education of the campus, the students, the staff, et cetera, as to, don't do this, don't do that, parking wise in the neighborhood.
Thank you. And I think I remember from not our most recent set of meetings, but from meetings earlier in the process, where it was explained to us by representatives of Castellea that they have information sheets and contracts and all sorts of communication methods where they make clear to the people who are coming to campus that is not allowed. And of course, we have people who live in the vicinity of Castellea who are very sensitive and to this issue and would certainly let us know if they saw Castellea students parking in front of their houses and then, hiking the 2 blocks to campus. So I guess, thank you for answering the question. So I'm going to talk substantively now about this motion. And really, I want to start with going back to what we started talking about, taking the cue from Chair Lowing on the fact that this is a discretionary approval, and building on to that, Mr. Yang's reminding us of the nature of the decision and the requirements that we have in order to make it. Now, we have an application in front of us for 540 students. It's not for 450, it's for 540. And the motion that is in front of us is to make a recommendation to essentially deny that request at 540, but to grant it at 450. And so to support that motion, we need to be thinking about what evidence do we have in the record that shows a justification for not allowing 540, but instead limiting it to 450. So let me just run through some of them. Do we have a justification in traffic? No, because we have a mitigation measure requiring a TDM that provides for no new net trips. That's true at 450 and it's true at 540. And in fact, we've got this elaborate set of requirements for the 3-time-a-year testing until 2 years after construction, and then 2-time-a-year testing after that to ensure that they don't exceed the current net trips. And anytime they do, that stifles the growth. And so it can't be a traffic impact that justifies pushing us down from 540 to 450. All right, what about noise? Nope, we don't have information that shows any kind of appreciable noise difference between 450 students and 540. How about construction impacts? No, the motion does not include some sort of shrinking of the campus. So all of in fact, it premises the future application on construction being completed. And so all of the impacts of the construction for this campus that can house 540 people are still going to be impacted. We're just going to limit enrollment, the capacity on site to 450. Parking, again, I think that is, first of all, it's a minor impact to require a 90 student limitation, but our TDM provides that that's not going to be an issue. And again, if any of these, if that becomes an issue going forward as we go to 450 and 475 and so forth, what happens is the city retains all of its powers to say, hey, that TDM isn't working, and we're going to bring you in for a modification or revocation hearing. So that is built into this process. I don't think that, again, we were thinking about this idea of 25 students per year being too aggressive. What is the substantial evidence that shows there's some impact from growing that quickly? I don't believe that there is any. And I've never understood this notion of the density of this campus. I've seen the tables, but I told everybody 2 years ago, I went to a law school in San Francisco with 1,500 students on an acre of ground, right? That's a lot more dense. And so what? The issue is what impacts are generated by the people on that campus. And here, if it can't be traffic, it can't be noise, it's not the construction, it's not the parking, then I don't see any basis for limiting them to 450. Instead, I think we have a well-prepared mitigation plan and TDM. And frankly, when I look at page 50, packet page 50 of the last of our March 30th, we have this table where, and I appreciate the applicant providing the timeline. I thought it was very useful. It answered some questions that the commission asked last time. But in the best case scenario, which means they meet every, they have no exceedances, it's 6 years to achieve maximum enrollment. Now, I think that's reasonable. And if they don't if they have exceedances, then it can take them many years longer. It'll stretch out the process. So I do support the phasing enrollment increases as set forth in the conditions of approval and the mitigation measures. I don't believe that the council will change its mind from the recommendation it made before the Fair and Peers report based on the Fair and Peers report. I don't think that parking was their primary or paramount concern. And I think that they have been made to understand by staff that the parking is addressed in the TDM plan. And finally, and I've said it before, I think it's the absolute wrong idea to bring the Castellea back for a series of incremental CUP modifications to grow their campus. I think that it will just it will not be a simple process, because the biggest things that we have heard the neighbors debating are enrollment and traffic. And so what we're talking about is bringing those are the issues that we'd be bringing back on an occasional basis. So I don't want to inflict that on the neighborhood. And I think it's the city's job to not do that. I think it's the city's job to make a forward-thinking decision with appropriate protections. So based on all those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, I have a number of comments on this, and enrollment is, the biggest issue of concern in the CUP, I think, for everybody, because it drives the most future risk to the community. And that's one of our primary responsibilities as PTC to consider. And the council rejected the PTC proposal on enrollment that we sent to them in November of 2020, of which I was a minority in that vote. Their directive to us indicates their support for 450 students. And among other things, no net new trips, which we instigated and was not in the plan until we did instigate that in November of 20. But I think there are two substantial problems with going above 450 right now. So I agree with the motion. And I actually think that Commissioner Chang's use of the word healing is actually quite appropriate. Because I think it is time for this thing to close, and it is time for some approval to be made. And there's an effective way to do that around this 450 number for now. The problem is when you look at the 540 number, yes, that's the applicant's number, but they have a lot of numbers around a lot of things. And it's not the requirement of the city to give a CUP, giving them every number of everything that they want. As I said before, it's always a compromise. But the request for 540 students now, granting them that now and getting there, to me is looking at the whole process top down, which to me is kind of upside down. This is the number the school wants because the head of school says it's the highest number they can request and probably still make the TDM. So I appreciate that insight. And the TDM success rate to date has been excellent at Castellea. Kudos to Cassie for that. We've all said that before. To me, that success predicts absolutely nothing about future success with respect to enrollment, because every jump up is just another thing that has to be taken care of, and it just gets harder. So I think that I appreciate their candor also on admitting how difficult it's going to be when they responded to that under questioning. Councilmember Phil said at the council meeting that the TDM has to be results-based, not efforts-based. And Councilmember Cormack agreed, and I agreed. I agree. I think the efforts are admirable, but I'm not sure they're going to make it because nobody knows if they're going to make it. And if they don't, and the school's over-enrolled by 25 people or more, there's no way of reducing that violation quickly. And that's a problem for the city because all we can do then is find them, right? The 540 enrollment goal doesn't really have a sell-by date to it. I don't think there's a deadline. I understand the ideal, but there's no deadline to that. And as I've said before, from this dais and the Zoom dais, a TDM mitigation is a plan. It's not reality. Not every plan works. We approved a pilot for a workforce housing on El Camino and Page Mill. And luckily it was a pilot and very small because we put it up and it's not working. So we wouldn't do that. Wouldn't it be nice to have some time to evaluate a little bit more slowly than what was proposed? And secondly, and maybe this is not politically correct, but it might be the most important right now, is to underscore that Cassie's existing track record of trust and transparency during the current CUP has not been good. There's a trust gap that's existed for many years due to over-enrollment, which was well known inside the school. So with that track record so far, why would the city now automatically award a 30% enrollment increase before the school establishes a valid track record of compliance via the TDM performance and other CUP issues at the 450 number? Because as I said before, all we can do now is instigate a penalty for poor performance around TDM, events, noise, et cetera. A striking comment was made by a member of the public last week, last meeting. She testified that the school was very well aware of the CUP violation. It was commonly discussed at the school in her presence as a new parent for even a year among staff and parents before it was publicly revealed. That head of school has not changed. This is a parent of 3 girls who attended Cassie for 21 years and loves the education. But she pleads with us not to approve the project due to lack of transparency and her view that they will not follow rules or have open dialogue, and the city can't trust them in the future. Another member of the public called it an urban myth that the school self-disclosed ongoing over enrollment, and there's no record that that's the case. And the trust gap is not just a relic from the past. The compromise required on any CUP has run into resistance, I think, multiple times from the applicant. And yet there's much evidence that the project has been improved from a lot of hands-on community activity, in some cases, kind of pushing back on some of the terms requested. I just, to name one excellent example, now 12 protected oaks and redwood trees have been saved, as well as 6 other significant trees. That wasn't in the original project plan, and maybe could have been with better community dialogue on the needs of canopy in the neighborhood. Also in the public comment, I was really surprised to hear at our last meeting that a number of people saying the goalposts are being moved or have been moved. I don't really get that, because I don't know that they were saying that saving trees is an example of that. There's really only one goalpost, which is how we interpret the CUP application. All other items are applicant requested project items, to be negotiated. Transparency issues continue. I saw on April 8th a full page ad in the Palo Alto Weekly in support of the project, perfectly fine, stating that the facts speak for themselves. For time reasons, I'm just going to comment on one of the 5 facts stated in the headlines, which was fewer cars. So at least as I read it, maybe I got it wrong, but as I read it, it was trying to suggest that fewer cars will be driving to Cassie with the new project. But if that's the claim, it's just not correct. It's one of those alternative facts, but there are zero expectations by anybody in the city with any point of view that this new project with enrollment growth is going to reduce the current number of car trips. So why not just say we're going to make our best efforts to hit the goal of no net new apps? And this kind of overhyping of things is just kind of frustrating to read. So at this late date in this laborious process, the trust gap remains. And in this environment, I don't believe the city should proactively pre-approve a plan for a 30% student increase. So that is the second important reason. But I think that with this motion, we can sort of take a breath here. I think we can focus on this 450 number and make the new cup work. And there's all kinds of concessions being considered for Cassidy right now, including variance on FAR, underground garage leniency, parking reductions, and more. In the past, they've been given extensive FAR above current standards. Some say by staff mistake, but nonetheless, it's very high FAR. And likely in today's value, millions of dollars of land in the Melville project, Melville segment that they were allowed to have. I think this is plenty. So if all we're asking them to do is be cautious and start with 450, I don't think that's a big ask to come out with a pretty good result on this cup. So what happens after that? I really don't know where this supercharged notion entered the fray that a new cup would be required going forward for each 25 new students, which I think is what Commissioner Heckman was addressing. I reviewed every set of minutes that had any reference to any of this, and it's just not there. No commissioner has made that statement. My own proposal at the 119 meeting was to monitor results for 2 years after hitting 450, just to have time to make things work, because things don't always work. And with a good track record, ask for a cup revision. With trust repaired with the city, the school can request any enrollment they want. It doesn't have to be in increments. And it's a one-time request for, if they want 600 and that's what they want to prove that they can do, then that's what they ask for. There's no variance, no ARB, no modeling, no reconstruction. It might even be able to go to the director of planning. So I just feel that granting a very high enrollment right now under the conditions that I just outlined, regardless of any contingencies attached, is just not a necessary risk or a good policy for council to take right now. And I mean, our obligation is to make recommendations to council, which are in the best interest of the city. And for this cup, I think the enrollment number works for the parties and reduces the highest risk in the project, allows them to expand now, and gives the city just a bit of time to evaluate compliance and transparency. So I'm happy to support that motion and ask for continued comments. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you so much. Chair, just a clarification. I thought that the coming back for modifications to the cup was part of this motion.
I'm sorry to hear you.
I thought that the cup coming back to change the cup and having hearings all over again was part of this motion. But you just said it was not. Can the maker please clarify? And then I have other comments.
You're right. Yes, my motion is that this cup specifies an enrollment of 450. And then that subsequent enrollment increases could be addressed in another cup, but it didn't say that every enrollment increase had to be addressed in a new cup. The next time, maybe that's when we would approve a more step function increase based on kind of ministerial increase based on meeting certain requirements. So yes, does that answer your question?
Yes, I just want to, the chair contradicted that. So I just want to make sure it's clear that everybody knows what's in the motion. Thank you.
I'll let the chair speak for himself, but I don't think that he was contradicting it. I think he also said that you could come back for a cup amendment.
Oh, thank you. I thought he said that specifically. I never heard anyone say that we had to change the cup or come back for a new cup process. Anyway, I'll continue with my remarks. I appreciate what the chair was saying about the timeline. And if the timeline, that as I understand being proposed here by the applicant has a baked in review process where currently they're on a 1 year at a time review process, but the reporting compliance periods are actually 3 times a year, but that they would increase on a per year basis. If that's too fast, we could always change the number of years between enrollment changes or propose that. But I don't think it's productive or healing or helpful to have to revisit the number of students every year. I'm very concerned about that approach. So I'd be open to other kinds of changes, such as putting more distance between the enrollment increases and things like that. Thank you. Oh,
Yes,
one more
no-
thing. Mindy Romanovsky had her hand up for about half an hour.
So yes, now the chair will speak for himself. The specific thing that I said is that nowhere in the minutes has anyone on this commission said that it has to come back every year for a cup for 25 units. And that was never my intention, given the text that I read. It was recorded in the minutes where I suggested 2 years and then kind of a waiting period. And then they could come back for any kind of cup that they want on any issues. But if it's just enrollment based on a good track plan, a good track record, instead of a highly questionable one, I don't see that it would be controversial or long whatsoever. So I guess I have to underscore it. I don't understand where this 25 students per year has come in. Probably just got picked up from the proposal that actually was rejected by council. But that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying we need a waiting period to make sure not just that 1 year after 450 it works, but 2 years. And that is not an onerous condition for the school. And it's really a risk reduction for us so that we don't have to deal with potential overages if the TDM doesn't work. Hope that clarifies for all listeners. Commissioner Heckman? Oh, were you first? You're supposed to be poking me if I don't see you on my right. Okay, we'll go.
Thank you. I did want to point out, I know this project did not have to do VMT study for CEQA. It missed the dates that was started, but there was a traffic impact study done for the expansion, and that study, I think is per page 37, showed that the enrollment increase would cause a 23% increase in VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So I was wondering how that fits in with no net Newton trips, and how we can think about that. And I did want to point out that there are impacts shown from the enrollment expansion, and that's one of them. And I don't quite understand that. So maybe staff can explain how, I mean, if every project in the city increased VMT by 23%, we'd be in a pretty bad situation with regards to greenhouse gas reductions. And it's not even clear how trip, it's not clear to me anyway, how trip is defined and how we would even capture some of what I would consider a trip, like a drop off that didn't trigger a hose count going onto the school's property, a drop off a couple blocks away or something, how that would even be counted. So I did want to bring that up as one of the impacts. And maybe, I know there was a little discussion about this in your last meeting, but it didn't seem to answer those questions for me. And I also think I wanted to say that I appreciate the chair's thoughtfulness on this issue, and to reiterate that the school can come back and ask for any number of students they want. And if there's no impacts, I don't see why anyone would care how many students there were there, except potentially the parents sending their kids to that school. So I don't know if staff can help me understand that.
Yeah, I guess we can certainly ask our consultant to come forward and talk more about the environmental analysis that was done and the traffic studies. I think, that may take a moment to pull that together if it's relevant and necessary for your discussion related to enrollment. I do think there's been a lot of further discussion on the TDM plan, which is before you tonight as well. And to that extent, I don't know how much of that's been incorporated into that earlier VMT analysis. But we do have Catherine Waugh, I think, on deck that can help us with that. She may need a few minutes to just get to that section of the report. So if there's a need for that, we can speak to that. I see that she's got her camera on. Catherine, are you prepared to answer that question about the VMT analysis?
I will need a couple minutes to pull those files up.
Okay, so Chair, if you can, if that's important to the dialogue, then we can do that.
Did you have any other comments, Vice Chair Suma, or should I go to Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I did want to clarify that I did not understand Commissioner Chang's motion to propose future CUP modification applications be limited to 25 per application. I didn't, if I said that, it was a misstatement and I apologize for it. But by the same token, I think we all need to recognize the reality of this situation. This is an application that was filed, I think, in 2016. We're now in 2022. And the motion on the floor in the face of a request to increase their enrollment by 125 students from 415, which is their current CUP, to 540. The motion on the floor after 6 years is to give them 35, additional enrollment of 35. Now that leaves 90 to their goal of 450. And so if anyone believes that if the motion, if this recommendation passed and the council did it and the construction was completed and they came back and applied for the 90, if anybody believes there would not be the same pressure from all of the voices that we've heard for 6 years, that's too much, it's too fast. And you're gonna have to, and we would probably have commissioners say, oh gosh, we're gonna have to break that up. Maybe we'll give you half of that now, 45, and come back after, in a few years after some other milestone. That's really what I was talking about, is we're really setting in motion by giving them such a small increment now. The writing to me is on the wall that the expectation going forward was the next time they won't get the 90 to get from 540 to from 450 to 540. So that's my concern there, but I'm sorry if I misstated the motion earlier. I did have a question of Mr. Yang on the form of the motion, which I'm going to paraphrase as best I can, which is to allow an increase in enrollment to 450, and then to have a moratorium prohibiting application for a CUP amendment to expand enrollment past 450 until after construction is completed. So that was my understanding of the motion. And my question for Mr. Yang is just wanted to confirm before the vote whether as a condition of approval, we can preclude an applicant from asking for a modification at a time of their choosing.
That's something I'll have to look into. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not able to provide a definitive answer on that right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you have other questions, Commissioner Heckman?
No, that's it for this round.
Is Ms. Wow ready or no?
So she can turn her camera on if she's ready. We've done some research on our own, also just kind of taking a look at that, and relative to the report and the number of trips that are being represented, it's that analysis was done in a way that is not how we would do that VMT analysis today under SB 743. So it's, as you noted, that requirement predated the VMT analysis. And since that requirement has come into play, we've refined our analysis of how we would do that. And specifically, that 23% increase does not take into account TDM measures that could be reduced, serve to reduce that number. So it's not a fair representation of what the number would be today if we were to do that VMT analysis for the project.
So that date of that analysis was done before the TDM was created?
No, it was, so as you noted, the law that requires VMT analysis instead of the LOS analysis came into effect after the project had started, and this project was not analyzed, under the way that we would do it today with implementation of that state law.
But we did an analysis of VMT, which showed this increase, which I don't think is insubstantial. And I understand we're hoping that the TDM will take care of it, but we still are going to consider that impact, aren't we?
Well, I think that's what is before the commission. I mean, we've done the environmental analysis and we've concluded that there's no unmitigable impacts. And so you've seen that environmental document. You still have your CUP findings that you're analyzing. And so to the extent that, well, it may not rise to the level of environmental impact, you may have your CUP findings that you need to consider relative to the project.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Your CUP findings? Is that what you said?
You made a statement, I believe, that there are impacts associated with the proposed project. And what I was saying is the environmental analysis concluded that there are no unmitigable impacts.
Oh.
Okay. So from a CEQA standpoint, we believe the project is not environmentally detrimental. So you have your CEQA finding, your CUP findings, where you may need to, where you are analyzing the project relative to those findings. And even though it may not rise to the level of a CEQA impact, you may have some concerns as you're expressing from a CUP perspective. That's all.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that answer.
Sorry, I don't know if it's.
Her camera's on.
Yeah, I see. So if you want to
Thank
get a
you.
professional response to that, then you have that option as well.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Good evening. I'm Catherine Waugh with JUDEC. Excuse me, we're the city's environmental consultant. And I mean, I agree with what John has stated. And unfortunately, I can't quite pull up the specific study that was referenced. So I would be able to provide a better response if I can pull that up, but I can't quite figure out which document that came from. So I wanted to just say that, though, that John's correct, that we evaluated the VMT, VMT based on existing travel patterns and did not take into account the positive benefits from the TDM plan. And so that was presented as a worst case analysis of how the additional trips could contribute to VMT region-wide.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then maybe, and I know there's like a bazillion documents for the CASTI project, so I'm not surprised you didn't have that at your fingertips. And maybe it would be good to provide that to the council though, so they could take a look at that.
Certainly.
Yeah, and that, you know, instead of putting you on the spot right now. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just want to make one comment to your comments, Mr. Heckman, which is that I think the point of difference here is that the way you phrase your last comments is that you're trying to make 540 now be an inevitable number that's going to be achieved. And that's not where I am. Where I am is to say that, you know, there have been some problems in the last numbers of years. So come up with a track record that shows that you're successful with this new increase, and then we can plan from there. So I think that's a substantive difference between our perspective here. And as I said before, you know, that wish, as opposed to 440 or 480 or whatever other number, is on a long list of stuff with a lot of things that we are probably, listening to council, going to grant them. And this is one that I think we need to hold back on. And it's not injurious in the context of the entire project with all the concessions they're going to get. So that's my position on it. Any other commission comments or staff? Okay, let's take this one to a vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Could you please restate the motion? Thank you.
So so the motion on the floor,
Good add. Thank you, Commissioner Templeton.
as the staff has it, is enrollment would be established at 450 students at the time of CUP approval, and future increases would require a conditional use permit amendment.
Excuse me, Chair, that was not the totality of the motion because it didn't reference this
The 2-year.
moratorium. Actually, it wasn't a 2-year in the motion. I heard you mention 2-year, but the motion was a moratorium prohibiting application for a CUP amendment to expand beyond 450 until after construction was complete. And Commissioner Chang, of course, you can tell me if I misstated that, but that's what I wrote down.
That's correct. And I'm open, you know, if at the time, if we find out that that is not a legal motion, I'm happy to change it to what Director Late suggested. But until we get that information, I'd like to keep the motion as it is.
Yeah, and we can research that between the commission and the city council. And if we find that there's an issue, we could make that note and correction for the council's consideration.
Okay, thanks for your help on that.
And I've updated my notes. Thank you.
Go ahead with the motion, with the roll call.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal recused, Commissioner Rupert were absent, Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
No.
motion carries 3-2.
Okay, thank you. If people would like to speak to the no vote, please light up. Commissioner Heckman?
Just briefly, I tried to tee this issue up right after the motion was made, and then I listened carefully through all the dialogue, and what I didn't hear was references to evidence of the impacts that are generated beyond 450 based upon our administrative record that are not present at 450. So that was part of the reason for ultimately my vote no after listening to the comments of my fellow commissioners. Thanks.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I also did not find that the motion was based on evidence presented by staff and that it created unnecessarily heavy process, which would replace what's already baked in to the gradual enrollment increase based on actual data findings of whether or not they met their commitments. That was brought up as a concern, but that was already baked into the original proposal. So I did not find that this was necessary, nor did it have any grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item is the TDM.
Yeah, Chair, I'm sorry. We have, special events is next one on deck, if that works for you. But we can pivot too.
Okay. The motion is up, so we can do events if we like. It's not quite the same batting order, but
Your choice, Chair.
it's fine.
Okay.
It's up. We're going to do them both.
Okay, special
Tonight.
events.
Tonight. Okay, so we see the direction, direct staff and PTs to evaluate 5 major events and between 50 and 70 special events without Sunday events. And there's detail on the slide.
If I can explain, the red shows what the Planning and Transportation Commission had requested. Staff come back with this detail, and the detail is below.
Okay, any discussions or motions? Either one? Commissioner Chang, is your light on here?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was concerned by the number. If I look at packet page 71, which has the language of the CUP, I was concerned about item 6B, which says that inclusive of special events, the maximum number of weekday evening special events after 6 p.m. shall not exceed 32 events. My concern is that that is too many based on public comment about noise and traffic in the neighborhood. And so when I think about how many weeks of school there are, there's somewhere probably between 36 and 40 weeks of school, like 52 weeks in a year, 12 weeks, 3 months of summer. Then there's also like winter break and stuff. So it's some, 40 weeks at the upper end, but then you have to subtract spring break, winter break, whatever those are. And 32 events comes out to something like almost one per week. And so that's my concern, because we have heard a lot from public commenters about noise and so I think that one solution would be to reduce the number of weekday evening events. And when I looked at the comparison between other schools, there was the example of Pinewood, which I think is the only one on the list where we could sort of see acreage as well as unfortunately the table, thank you staff for gathering the information, but it's difficult to gather the information. And so there's not a lot of examples that have the full table completed in terms of acreage, number of students, and the cup requirements, because the cup requirements are not always publicly available or easily available. And so I looked at, what else is a high school or middle school and high school, because high school are different than, say, elementary schools. Elementary schools don't have sporting events, et cetera, et cetera. So I looked at high schools and I looked at Pinewood, which is in a residential neighborhood on a relatively small acreage, because for a school with large acreage, if they're holding an event in the middle of the acreage, the noise and the impact of that doesn't really quite spill out the same way. And Pinewood has many fewer events. I think it was only 12 a year, if I remember correctly. So I would suggest that we try and, rather than 70 events as proposed in the current staff packet, page 71, that we reduce that number primarily in the form of these weekday evening events, because that's where the impact is to the neighbors. So, I mean, I'm not going to make it a motion yet, but my thought was maybe 50 events and half the number of weekday evening events. So 16 instead of 32, because that is where the pain point is for the neighbors. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
So actually, I wanted to start with a clarification. In the staff report, packet page 42 of the last one and 21 of this one is the clarification, the breakdown, which is actually shown on the screen right now. You know, with the 5 and the 14, 68, and the 10. And I just want, and I appreciate staff sort of categorizing the information, but it was a little confusing to me because it makes it look like there are more than 75 events, right? Because you could add them up. And so I just wanted to clarify with staff that in this table, there's a fair amount of overlap, right? And you've just categorized as we requested, but there's a lot of overlap,
Yes.
and it still only adds up to 75.
Correct.
Okay, good.
70.
70 plus 5,
Yeah.
right.
5 major plus 70
Yeah.
non-major.
Okay. So I studied the comprehensive analysis staff put together regarding what other Bay Area schools did. That's attachment G to the March 30th staff report. And while I appreciate that people on either side of this issue can cherry pick a school here or there that supports their position, what I drew from these tables is that most schools don't appear to have limits on special events, and that apparently that's not a significant problem in the neighborhoods where nearly all of these schools are located. I think the applicant's initial request was for 96 events plus 5. We have pushed that down to 70 plus 5, and they've explained to us what those 70 plus 5 are and why they are important. And I'm frankly comfortable with that 70 plus 5. You know, we use this term events, but I think that it's a way to label it. But these are opportunities. These are teaching moments. These are important aspects of some of them are important aspects of the school's operation in order to educate their students, and others are important aspects of the education that these students are receiving. And I don't know from our record that these nighttime activities involve a lot of noise. I think a lot of them are taking place inside and they don't have a lot of noise. I don't know from other than anecdotal contentions that the traffic is somehow overwhelming the neighborhood when these evening events occur. And again, having put the kids through schools here in Palo Alto from preschool through high school, and I've attended plenty of nighttime events, Saturday events, and all of those schools bordered residential, because that's what our public school, that's where they're all located. They're all in R1 neighborhoods. And so while I appreciate and I'm not discounting the concerns of the neighbors, I think here is a particularly situation where we have to balance the importance of the educational experience to the student with the impact that happens when you live in the vicinity of a high school, of a school that includes a high school. So I would support the 70 plus 5.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you so much, Chair. I am also comfortable with the 70 plus 5 number, and some of the concerns that I've heard are kind of along the lines of what we learned in some business training called FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And we can't know everything, but that doesn't, we can't let ourselves have that fear deprive these students of these opportunities to compete, to celebrate, to study, to choose the school or not choose the school. If you read the list here on packet page 71 from the March 30th packet, these events are all kinds of things: student performances, showcase social events, parent group meetings, admission, orientation, alumni and donor events, athletic competitions, celebrations. Like, it's really shocking that we would want to limit these for a school in Palo Alto. Our community celebrates these kinds of things. It is unthinkable that we would restrict these to such a minimal level. So I would encourage us to accept that the lower number of 70 is acceptable as a compromise, because it has already been significantly reduced from the previous number of events. So thank you.
Vice Chair Suma.
Thank you. Well, their current CUP allows them 8 events, as I read it, because there are 5 major foundational events, which of course they should have, and it says several others. So jumping from 8 to 70 or 75, 70 plus the 5 events would be an increase of like 940%. And I think that's correct because I didn't do the math. So it's a tremendous increase. And I think that, sure, you can call it cherry picking, but to look at comparable schools kind of helps to understand it. Some schools, regardless of how many students are there, a lot of schools have a lot of space around them and a buffer zone. This school, is going to have a swimming pool that's 20 feet from the sidewalk. And I think nobody wants to limit the events that students need for their education, such as athletic events and plays or concerts, those kinds of things. These are all, this wouldn't eliminate any kind of small groups getting together or parent-teacher conferences or anything like that. But I wonder, and Cassaleya has so many more events than most schools, and I wonder if that's because, and I don't know the answer to this, but there are some events that don't need to happen at the school, and those would be alumni events. And, you could have smaller groups of alumni that wouldn't even trigger event things come to the school, because they seem like very loyal alumni, but you don't have to have big fundraising events at the school. A lot of schools do that at venues such as hotels, banquet rooms and things. So, I am definitely not in support of 70 plus 5. It's another case where the school just recklessly sort of pursued such an extreme number of events over what their CUP allowed, and maybe 8 was too few. So I think they surely need more than that, but I think 50 is still a huge jump, and I could support it, but I probably would have been interested in even more limitations myself because of looking at types of events that don't involve students and their families directly, which could take place elsewhere. And then there's this shared use of Casti. It's on packet page 72, item 7. I just had a question about this. Does this go both ways? This is about
With PAUSD?
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, what's the question? Can you want to know if events could happen at PAUSD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it goes both ways,
It does.
basically.
Yeah, that's actually the reason it's there is
Okay.
that PAUSD can handle larger events that Castellet might be able to do at PAUSD in exchange for, the volleyball team or something coming over and using the gym. So it's intended to be a benefit really to the school and to the neighborhood by allowing some of the larger events to take place at one of the high schools, and when needed, they could use the gym. And it doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't, okay.
No, and what we were getting hung up on was the temporary use permit requirement, which was a process that would take weeks. And usually these things may come up on short notice. So we're just trying to allow for that to take place a little bit more fluidly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
So if we're going to limit our discussion between 50 and 70, I am heavily leaning towards 50. And I think that's a really huge increase as it is. Thanks.
I just want to ask one question before we go second time to you, Commissioner Templeton. Is there any sort of, I don't know what the formal term is, but I'm directing this to Ms. French. Is there any sort of sync up period, a year into this where some group sits down and say, hey, this part's working pretty well, but, there's no noise problems, but, there's some noise occasionally from all the events, or how does that work once the cup is granted?
Well, conditional use permits work in, this one in particular has this requirement for meetings with the neighborhood. We have, conditions of approval that are about enforcement.
Yeah.
It's a conditional use permit just so by its very nature,
Right. Well, I'm actually talking about friendly discussion, not you're in violation. Just sit down, or the school, we pick 30 events to pick a number, and they say, no, we need 70. And 6 months into this, they go, we really need 70. We were right the first time, and here's why. And, it would have to either be a change of the cup or some outside agreement. And it seems like there should be somehow that should be in there.
I guess depends what the council does with your 450, 450, I don't know how that works with the events. So.
No, I'm just saying if there's any sort of negotiating room on anything after the cup is out, but on some of these things like events, it'd be pretty easy to change the events.
So you would need to embed that into your conditions, and you would do something like you have 50 events per year, subject to an increase of X number of events, subject to the director's approval, or, if you didn't want it to go, if you wanted it to be administratively, be to the director's, decision. Otherwise, you got to amend the CUP.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I was just hoping for clarification because we seem to be and having different information, and I just wanted to find out what kind of 8 events do they have, and are all of the things listed in number 6 that I just listed off included in those 8 events? And I have a follow-up question after that.
You're asking about the 8 events in the current cup?
Yes, I wanted to know if those were, what kind of events? Are those the very large, as in the 70 plus 5? Are those the 5? Or do they include every kind of event that's listed in point 6? I'm asking staff. So
yeah, staff does not have a list of 8 events because that's not how the conditional use permit reads. This is something that Commissioner Suma posited for the discussion.
I see, because she did say it was reckless and extreme of us to consider something that would be so much larger. So I'm trying to figure out what, like, if those are alarming words and my ears are perking up. So I want to know what we're talking about. Can you explain? Is this just apples and oranges? They're completely different things. Are these events comparable, the way we're trying to compare them in this discussion?
So I think we can provide the language in the existing CUP on events. So there are several requirements. One is that Castellet will review its event scheduling process to try to plan major functions so they don't occur on consecutive weekends, or bunched on consecutive nights. And then they have the 5 major events. And then the CUP describes that there are several other events during the year that require groups from 50 to 100. And the requirement under the existing CUP is that a list of these events will be published annually and distributed to the neighbors.
So we don't necessarily know what they are.
Well, we do have those lists. I think they are available on the project website.
Do you know if it's 8 items or a order of magnitude larger than 8?
It's an order of magnitude larger than 8.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to clear up, because it was a concern, and I take what Vice Chair Suma says seriously. So I wanted to find out and understand. So it sounds to me like maybe that 8 and that 70 are different, accounting different things. I see another hand has gone up. If it's an answer to my question, if the chair wants to call on Ms. Romanowski, but then I have more questions.
I think the 8 is an estimate, because my recollection of what the CUP said in the basic one is it's, 5 regular and several others or something like that. And there was no definition of several.
I'm looking at their calendar right now, Chair, and there's something relatively every day, every other day.
I know, but the point is that the CUP was not defined very narrowly. And so they didn't do 5 plus several. They did something every day.
Did you want to call on Ms. Romanowski and come back to me, or should I continue?
Does the staff not have information on this?
On what specifically, Chair? I'm sorry.
On the current events allowed in the current CUP.
Well, so I think we're going back several staff reports now, but even before the council weighed in on this, the language in the current CUP, and I'm doing this all from memory, but it sounds like Mr. Yang may have it in front of him. It is. This is an area where the city and the applicant have a disagreement as to how many events are allowed by the CUP. And we were hoping that the new CUP would clarify that. So depending on whose, sort of view you, want to follow on that, it's constrained or unlimited to some degree. So I think what we're trying to understand, or what we come to understand through this process, is that Castilleja relies on a number of events, operational, social, you've seen the list. And they've articulated that 96 or whatever it was before was their desire. The commission, before you had considered this last time, before it went to the council, asked them to reduce it to the bare minimum that they thought they could handle. They had suggested 70 with the 5, which is the recommendation that the commission sent forward to the council, and the council said, can you look at somewhere between 50 and 70? So that's kind of where we are.
Thank you. I think in terms of the question, which was, do they only have 8 events and don't have any sporting events, plays, et cetera? They clearly are having those now. So it's not such a significant change as the old CUP might imply. Is that a good summary?
It seemed to me like the math says that the math that they were sort of allowed last time versus the math that they would be allowed this time, that's a big increase. But I think what you're saying is that they're already having those events anyway, so it's not a big increase. I think that might be the difference. So.
Well, partly, I think that what they were counting as an event was different in the previous CUP versus now. And so, yes, in a net perspective, it's not going to be a significant change or a multifold increase. And that's good to get clarity on. The other question then that was just brought up, and I just want clarification from staff on, what are these 20 events that we're talking about I heard a comment that, well, it wouldn't be reducing chess tournaments and sports athletic competitions and school plays, things like that. Are those in the 20 that we're talking about or not?
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton, for that. We did ask the applicant to provide us with the list of events that would be reduced, and we have that posted on our website. We can look for that and we can share our screen when we have that.
I think that would be very informative.
So we just need a moment to locate that.
Happy to wait. And Chair, I don't know if you want to call on Mindy while we wait. She's had her hand up several times. It's down again.
First, Vice Chair Suma had a clarification, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to let everyone know that my best recollection is that the CUP says 5 major events, which are their foundational events, and several others. I take the plain English meaning of several to be 3 approximately. And that's why I said 8. And I also clearly stated I didn't think that was enough. And they were having way more. But I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't trying to mislead anybody. I believe that's what the current CUP says.
Thanks for clarifying. That makes sense. I'm just trying to figure the order of magnitude, is it really an order of magnitude more or not? Because it is material. It's a good point to discuss.
If you're still looking.
Mindy has her hand up.
I thought it was in the 2022. I'm looking back in 2020.
Can I speak, please? I represent the applicant. I have information about their existing CUP that can answer this question. Am I able to speak?
Stand by. We have a commissioner that wants to speak while we're doing this. Commissioner Chang? Oh, no.
I thought it was still my turn.
It is, but you asked me to have Ms. Romanowski speak.
Oh, I asked, if we wanted to have her speak while we wait for my turn to complete. Well, however you want to do it, Chair. That's fine.
So, Ms. Romanowski, you're speaking to the number of events in the prior CUP?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I want to clarify is that the prior CUP that was issued has language about events, but it is very unclear in terms of specificity beyond certain words. And I'm going to quote from it. And one of the reasons we were working so hard on this CUP application with the enumerated events that you see in your packet and throughout the record is so that you, the city, and everyone in the community would have clarity around what is an event, how many events can there be, when can they occur. So we agree that the prior CUP, the one we're operating under right now, was written many years ago and is vague. But nonetheless, it's all we've had to go with. And so what it says is that we can have these 5 major functions, which I think are not in dispute tonight, but where there is some confusion that I'm hearing is over this language. It's condition where it's listed that the CUP allows for several other events that require groups of 50 to 100 people. Examples of these events include, and then it gives a very long list: volunteer meetings, student seminar evenings, parent receptions, open houses, parent group meetings, guest speakers, dances, school performances, sports events, science exhibitions, etc. So as you can imagine, that is not 2 more events. They've given a list of at least 10 different things within etc. And so we have, held these events to run our school and our programs over the years. And then of course, the CUP does not specify anything about events over 100 people. So we have endeavored over the years to report our events. I believe we were at 93 and then we requested the 90. And now of course, we're down to this number of 70 that we can think we can operate under, even though it does constrain our programming. So that hopefully answers your questions. These conditions are found in our existing CUP, but again, we're asking to have this new CUP so there can be the clarity.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Romanowski. That was really helpful. So looks like we're we're not talking about an order of magnitude increase in events, but we are increasing the specificity of what the events will be. And I think that'll help all the parties, because it sounds like the previous cup was just not very clear. So now we're back down to the numbers, and staff, were you able to find out what kinds of events would be removed if we went with the lower number versus the higher number?
I'm sorry, I'm still searching, because I feel that it might have even come as far back as a couple of years ago when this was all
That's
being
okay.
discussed.
If it's that old, that's fine. I mean, what's in front of us, I think I'm just asking to look at what's in front of us here. All the events would be qualified under this list, right? That's on point 6. On page 71, packet page 71.
Okay.
Because that's all that's allowed. So they have to be removed from that list. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's right.
Okay.
If it were 50, we'd have to remove 20 from this list.
And my recollection is the applicant sent in a document in this year, the last year, or the year before, saying how they would get it down to 50, because this was a conversation the Planning and Transportation Commission had before it even went to council. So that's the trouble, is to go back that far.
That's okay. I think we get the idea. So the things that would be cut would be sporting events, student performances, social events like dances, parent group meetings, admission orientation, alum and donor events, athletic competitions, celebrations, and other activities where students are together on campus. So looking at that and thinking about all the different types of events that are offered to the different types of students that might be enrolled with different interests, I think it would be very harmful to the student community to take away 2/7 of their opportunities for social interaction. If we've learned nothing else in the COVID year of students having limited ability to interact in person in social situations, to gather for dances, for athletic competitions and things like that, that's my number one takeaway, is how hard that was on the students that I'm the parents of, and I've heard that from many other parents. So I'd be very, very cautious about reducing that number. It's already been reduced. And my sense would be to go for the larger number, and happy to make a motion to that effect if there's not more discussion.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. So in response to what Commissioner Templeton is mentioning, the 70, I looked at the project website at the current list of 70 or 75 events, and it's not all student events. There's alumni events, there's parent information sessions. There are other things there. And so I would certainly hope that if we reduced, I'm speaking from memory because I don't have that sheet printed out. It's one of those that doesn't print out so well on an 8.5 by 11. And I would hope that if we reduce the events, that those would be the first to go. Again, because we had asked, for the table to kind of mark things out and say which ones are what category of events. Are these for students? Are these not for students? Are these in the evening or not? I hadn't done the analysis myself, but I did kind of take a quick look and go, we wouldn't want to obviously eliminate plays and performances and dances, but it did seem doable that there were some evening events that, quite frankly, that other schools do. I don't know how many exactly, because that's not quite for me to determine, but there were definitely some events that other schools will do off campus entirely, or that the pandemic has taught us could be done over Zoom and done to great effectiveness, in fact, because it enables parents to participate more easily from wherever they are, rather than having to come to campus. So I would hope that Castellet would make the decision, if we reduce the number of events, to eliminate those that are not impacting the student experience. Or, if we kind of shifted the number, they could move the timing of them, so I think that things could be done.
Commissioner Heckman?
So let's start with the existing CUP, which Staff, will you remind me when that was adopted?
The year 2000. And then there was the 2006 CUP for the gym building that was constructed.
Okay, and was it the 2000 that had this 5 plus several language?
Yes.
Okay, so by the year 2000, Casti is what, 90 years old? They've got a track record, they're doing things, and they're coming in because the laws have changed, and now now they need a CUP. But they had an operation going on, and they had events. And that CUP said 5 plus several. And while I agree that several can mean anything more than a couple, in interpreting rules, including CUP conditions, you have to take it in context. And it seems unlikely to me that if Castellet in 2000 was doing many more than 8 events, 5 large and 3 small, that several was meant to be 3, because I think since the council was clearly able to write the number 5 for the number of major events, if 3 is what they meant instead of several, they could have put 3. So what we know though is that's not really the test on this issue. It's not how many did they used to have in their old CUP versus how many they're asking for now. The issue here is how many they're asking for now, and is there substantial evidence supporting not giving it to them. So it doesn't matter the theoretical numerical increase. And I think part of the evidence that we need to consider is the fact that they have been holding significantly more than 8 events per year since 2000. And yet we did not hear a history. For example, we heard a history from the neighbors that sometime after 2012, there's a debate about whether the Castellet brought to us attention, our attention, the over-enrollment, or was it the neighbors? But the neighbors grabbed onto that and they let us know. I have not heard the same history that since 2000, the neighbors have been regularly up in arms, complaining to the police, complaining to City Hall about these events. So we have a long history of these events, and the proposal before us tonight is a reduction. I think I heard Ms. Romanowski say 93, my memory is 96, but if it's 93, that's a 23% reduction from what they've been historically doing. And so I think we have to take that into account. And so when we look at that and we look at whether we should trim from the 70, I've reviewed all of these, and Ms. French, I think what you're looking for the January 19th, 2022 staff report. I've got the pages here in front of me. I don't think it was an attachment. I think it was a link to the January 19th, and it first lists the 50 that they would keep if they were limited to 50 plus 5, and then it lists the 20 that if they had to eliminate, they would. And so I'm just going to read you the 20, and not all of them are individual. Some of them are multiples. And again, I think this is from the January 19th from this year. And I have to use my magnifying glass because it's such a dense list that I can't read this tiny print. All right, so we've got admission tours, athletic parent guardian meeting, US swim meet, water polo meet, CSA parent meeting, speaker event, global week speaker, CSA holiday lunch, grades 8 through 11, curriculum and course registration, senior dinner, grade level parent deans meeting, 8th grade showcase. That's it. Now, none of those sound to me like those are the ones that they would cut if they had to, but none of those sound like horrible things to inflict on a neighborhood. They sound like school events to me, and they seem useful, and I don't see a reason to eliminate them. Now, the council gave us a charge though to look at at these events more closely and see if we would recommend eliminating, up to 20 of them, because they gave us that range of 50 to 70. And so from my position is I've done the work that the council asked, and Castellea, with staff's help, provided us the information we needed to do that. And what I am concluding is that it would be presumptuous and a micromanagement of us, by us, of the operators of a school that's been doing what it does extraordinarily well for over a century, for us to tell them, don't do this or don't do that, or take the easy way out and don't tell them what not to do. Just tell them you can't do all 70, you have to do some lesser number. You pick the things to sacrifice. So I'm hoping that my fellow commissioners will support the 70 plus 5.
Mr. Chang?
So I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that Commissioner Heckman made, because I know how important events are to every school. But again, we're not talking about reducing to 8. We're talking about thinking about 50 to 70. And I do clearly remember a number of public comments talking about the impact of events, which were something to the effect of, now I don't have them up in front of me, but I'll paraphrase, something to the effect of, we've got doors slamming at all hours, like even in the evening, every night of the week, and voices as kids are walking out from their events, into the neighborhood to their cars. And I remember hearing that in public comments or reading it in public comments. I can't remember exactly where. So, excuse me, that's the impact of some of these events, particularly the evening events after 6 p.m. that were the ones that really caught my eye, because it's, approaching 1 a week. And so at this point, and then also you read off of a list of things, and while Castellea certainly cannot eliminate admissions tours, those were eliminated in COVID, right? And I think that right now the definition of events, special events in the cup, is 50 to 100. As long as they keep the number of people going on a tour at one time to less than 50, they're fine. So I think that, some of these things like open houses and admission tours, there may be ways to, for example, another one that you listed, course registration. That's a prime example of something that's actually really well executed over Zoom. That's something that we didn't miss out on at all during COVID. In fact, allows greater participation, where all the parents can join in too, and they don't have to go to campus. Same thing with the parent deans meetings, where I've heard over and over again that this is anecdotal evidence, but we've seen it here in the PTC, that more people participate and are able to come because it can be done over Zoom. So I do think that there's ways that some of these events are not critical to the student experience and to student learning. And there may be ways to modify. And so after all this discussion, because it is late, I would like to make a motion and suggest that, the city council asked us to look at between 50 and 70 special events. So I would suggest this modification to the language, where the first line of the events text in the CUP on packet page 71, so condition number 6, where instead it could say that my motion would change that language to read, the school may schedule up to a maximum of 5 major events and 50 additional special events. And I would say each calendar year beginning August 1st, because I think we want to capture the summer and anything that might happen in there. As described, so that's how I would change the first sentence, and then make additional modifications. So for item B, I would change it to read inclusive of all special events. The maximum number of weekday evening special events after 6 p.m. shall not exceed 16 events. And then for G, that the school shall have special events on no more than 2 consecutive evenings and shall minimize special events on consecutive days and for larger events occurring on consecutive weekends. And I did take a look at the proposed list of 75 events and it seemed doable. Because, you know, if you're running a play, you need to have like Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday matinee or something like that. Seems to be what Castellia has already been doing. So that would be, that's my motion.
Is there any second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Suma seconds. Other discussion, Commissioner Templeton?
Oh, thank you. I had my hand raised to make the motion. I said I would like to make it earlier. However, there's another motion on the table, so we'll go with that. My comments on this motion are that it doesn't seem to have any basis. The numbers that were chosen appear to be arbitrary. And regarding the noise that is made by living on a street where parking is available, I just wanted to speak to that as well, having lived on at least 2 streets in Palo Alto where parking was available. You do have noise from that, from the neighbors and at all times of the day and evening. So that doesn't strike me as a compelling reason to change the request from the applicant so drastically. Thank you so much.
I don't see any other immediate comment. Oh, Commissioner Heckman?
I won't be supporting the motion for the reasons I stated earlier, but one aspect I did like of the motion is, and I'm just, Commissioner Chang at the beginning of her motion suggested that first line of condition 6 refer to 5 plus 50. That was her motion. Right now, it doesn't refer to the 5. The 5 is provided a little bit lower where it's called a major special event. It's not as clear in the existing 6 that the 5 is in addition to the 70 rather than it makes it look like it's a part of it. So while I won't support the motion, I do appreciate that effort to clarify the distinction.
Yeah, and that was intentional because as it says right now, it's 70 events and the 5, as I read it, are included. There's special events is anything more than 50. If it has 500, it's definitely more than 50. And so I'm proposing a reduction of 15 from the current language, not 20.
Were there any aspects of that motion, Commissioner Heckman, that you wanted to split out and vote on separately or no?
I think let's take the motion as proposed and see if it passes, then that thing that I liked is going to be part of it.
I see. Okay.
And so let's try it that way.
Okay.
So Chair.
Yes.
So I think we got 2/3 of the motion recorded. So I think we need the last piece. So just to reiterate, we got the change to the first part of the condition that says 5 major events and up to 50 special events. And then changing B, the number 32 becomes 16. And then Commissioner Chang, can you just tell us the third?
Sure. For G, there's an addition of a few words. So the school shall, and then this is the addition, have special events on no more than 2 consecutive evenings.
The school shall have no more than, I'm sorry, can you just one more time?
The school shall have special events on no more than 2 consecutive evenings. And shall minimize special events. The rest of that's the same. And I just wanted to make sure that you captured in the first part of the motion that the school may schedule up to a maximum of 5 major events and 50 additional special events each calendar year rather than each academic year, because I do think that that is an important distinction. But I said calendar year beginning August 1st, because obviously Castellia plans its events out on an academic year basis.
Starting August 1st, got it.
Yeah.
Have you got it now?
Yeah, and just on that last G item, you said 2 consecutive days or evenings?
Evenings. I'll read what I have on my piece of paper here. The school shall have special events on no more than 2 consecutive evenings and shall minimize special events on consecutive days and for larger events occurring on consecutive weekends.
Thank you. So we're clear now, Clerk, Chair. Thank you.
I'm still interested in this idea of we're putting together, I can't remember what we called it last time, but some sort of a group to talk over things. What do we call that? You know, it was going to be some members of the school and some neighbors and things like that. In the last meeting, we talked about putting together that type of thing.
I think that was specific to the TDM Oversight Committee.
If you're talking about TDM Oversight Committee,
Okay.
that's in the slides. And
Okay, so since we're already
In the
doing something like
conditions.
that, I was wondering if we could roll into it, this, which is obviously part of the cup. The concept is whatever that's going to be, if 6 people sit down and say, oh yeah, we no problem, we want 10 more. If it's sort of like, you know, the unanimous approval of the TDM and events committee, we want to change it in one direction or the other, then just send a note to the director and you modify the cup. I don't know. I'm just trying to conceptualize a way that if this cup sits there for 5 years, that we're not stuck with this number forever. If it's proven with enough data from either side of the negotiation, that we want to make a shift. Or we can just suggest that as an idea to council as part of the motion, or we can skip it. Any thoughts from commissioners? I mean, if people think it's valid, if you think it's not valid, then let's just shoot it down. But we're just trying to have a little bit of escape valve for new data that comes up in the next, 2 to 5 years.
I'd be open to an amendment if you want to try and restate that somehow.
I'll try, and it would be something like, create a committee mechanism of community members and school members that meet periodically to evaluate events and make recommendations to the planning director for changes.
It feels super out of scope, though. I mean,
Sorry?
it feels out of scope to do that for this and not for anything else in the cup. Like it should be broad reaching if we're going to do something like that.
Well, what they said is we are doing that for the TDM, so I'm just trying to roll it into the TDM committee.
that was direction from the council to explore the TDM Oversight Committee. So that's why we brought that back.
Yeah, I think probably for the same reason that if, something new comes up, that's good, and then or if something bad comes up, that's good. And we talk about it and figure out where to go.
So again, commission to deliberate on this and make any recommendation you want. I am wary of another committee. We've got the TDM committee, we've got the community meetings.
I roll it into that. I
Okay.
make that part of their deal.
Okay, so I don't know.
I'm fine. I'm just trying to find a way to not chip this in stone for 10 years because I think things can change in the event world one way or the other. And, with some cooperation, which we're trying to get anyway in the new CUP.
Yep. And no reason it couldn't be part of when they come back with a CUP amendment for their academic enrollment increase, they could ask for an increase in.
Yeah, I was just trying to do it faster because if we come up with a number and everybody agrees that, hey, we came up with the wrong number, then why should they be stuck with it either way?
Well, there was another alternative because I'm sensitive to what staff is saying about managing committees. I think Director Late had suggested something about we could leave it up to the director's discretion. But we could write that into the CUP.
Chair, I don't know if you can see my hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just hard to see all these various locations at once.
It's
I've been
okay.
I've been ignoring our vice chair all night until she pokes me. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess why I was saying that the scope seems out of whack because we have several numbers that you have shown an interest in getting collaborative decision making on, and I don't know why it should just be TDM. Why not also events? Why not also enrollment? So if you're going to do this, I would suggest making the scope appropriate and have all the things that we've been kind of trying to narrow down on the right quantity and have that escape valve for all of these numbers.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pull the idea because there's not enough enthusiasm. Just a quick answer to you is that because I think that we're going to have data pretty fast on meetings and the decision can be made pretty fast on and off. That's wholly different than a TDM program. So that's why. But I'll just withdraw that and we'll go to the motion. But let me just comment before we go to the motion because I haven't actually spoken to that yet. I think the 50 to 70 is the right range, and probably council could have picked it. I think it is hard. I mean, I do agree with Mr. Heckman that it's kind of hard for us to sit here and do that. But both all commissioners have looked at the numbers, and I think we don't know what we're getting into. So being a little bit cautious is probably okay, which is also why I wanted to have a kind of a release valve if we get too cautious. So I'll leave it at that and we'll call the roll.
Commissioner Ching,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Which item do you have up next, Ms. French?
Chair,
Sure.
Yeah,
would you like us to speak to our no votes?
I would. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the reduction has already been made from over 90 to 70. I think that this is going too far. One of the commissioners said it might be akin to micromanagement, and that sounds in alignment with how I'm feeling about it. I would really like to have all of our discussions focus on the community engagement and not do things that would be harmful to the student population, including depriving them of opportunities to socialize, get on campus, meet their teachers, et cetera. So that's why I oppose this. I would like to have seen the number be higher. Thank you.
Thank you.
But Chair, I did want to point out it's 10:15 and I don't know if you want to do a check-in.
I do. That's exactly what I was going to do. Did you pick another topic, Ms. French? Yeah.
Not a mic.
Yeah, so we're at 10 o'clock and our rules say that we need to check in. We really try to get this thing done, but we had technical difficulties. And as I said at the beginning, it's high risk that this won't get to staff if we don't finish, to council if we don't finish it tonight. But as you know, I'm always on record of saying we can't be doing our best work at midnight. So sense of the group is to press on a little bit, but check in again. Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I was wondering if we can just call a special meeting and try and finish this if there's another opportunity. I don't know what the lead time is, if that's option or not. I am tired and I would like to see my children tonight. But if we have to carry on, we do have to carry on. I will note that it was of high concern a few weeks ago when we rescheduled this to a special meeting that we have more maximize our commissioners, and that might be
Maximize what?
consider the number of commissioners that can be present. So that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely expected to have 6 tonight, and there was a late cancellation, just for the record. Very late cancellation, actually. Any other comments?
I am all for pressing on and
Commissioner
getting
Heckman?
this to council.
in a timely
Got out
fashion.
of my minute
Okay.
tracks. and now it's
Commissioner
back in
Heckman?
Teams.
Yeah, so according to my notes, I think we have 3 issues, 3 items left. One is the RPP, which I think is a 5-minute max item. The other 2 are TDM plan measures
There you go.
and the parking options.
Go
It's,
find it.
D, E, or the hybrid. Is that all that's left?
That's
or
all
is-
that's left from
And
this.
and then
pack.
there's this catch-all. Anybody want to talk about anything else?
That's right. That's correct.
Other than the RPP, I think these are really meaty issues. And I think they're going to take us a long time. I think that if we take these on, we're going to be here well past midnight. That's just my sense, because I think these are the 2 most challenging. The underground parking issue and controlling the traffic, although with a limitation to 450, maybe that's not such a big deal. Of course, the council may not agree with us on that. So if it's the will of the commission, I will stay up and do it. But I would also be supportive of setting a special meeting, coming back when we're fresh and where we have 6 commissioners, because as Commissioner Templeton pointed out, part of the reason we moved from April 13th, I think, to today is so that we could pick up an additional commissioner. And of course, it's nobody's fault that it didn't work out that way tonight with Commissioner Rupovar not being here, but it's an opportunity to have her weigh in on 2 of these important issues.
Okay, well, it's not midnight yet, so I think we should jump in on one of these big items and see where we get.
Can we take a break?
I'm not sure. Yeah, just a second. I'm not sure which one is this? Yeah, TDM. So my view on this one is we did great work last time on this, as did staff. So I'm not sure how long that's going to be. And on the parking one, again, we talked about it so much last time, that might not be either. So I'm slightly more optimistic, and I'm the guy who doesn't like midnight meetings. So we do have a meeting next week. We do not have time to call a special meeting before that. So we will just have to roll part of this agenda item into that, which means the council isn't going to get it probably till August, and that's not good for Casti, frankly. So that's kind of why I want to, I totally agree with them and everybody else that this has gone on too long. And so I'm trying to get it to the finish line so that they get an answer. So
Could I suggest as Commissioner Templeton said, let's take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
And then when we come back, I love to cross things off lists. And if we could do RPP first.
just what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Didn't mean to steal your thunder. So, and then whichever of the other 2 that you want to take on.
Okay. 5-minute break. Thank you.
Can we really not? If we don't get it done today, is it really true that we won't get it all?
That's what he told me yesterday. All right, the RPP, we discussed that last time, and last time we decided that there really was no need for an RPP unless it was demanded. So that was the religious statement when we left. Is there any differences in that?
No, I'm just wondering if we need a motion for recommendation or, I mean, it seems
yeah,
it was
no,
clearly stated in the staff report, so I think maybe.
I agree. I agree. I was just saying if that was the tenor, then we can move
Right,
that.
I'm just asking staff if they think we need a motion.
We do. We do.
Sure. Yeah, council gave you, asked for direction, and why not have a motion?
Go ahead.
Should I make a motion? Sure. All right, I move that the PTC recommend to the city council that an RPP for the area surrounding Castellana should be resident initiated rather than folded into the TDM mitigation measures or conditions of approval.
Second,
Well,
any comment from anybody? Okay, let's call the roll on that.
Commissioner Chang,
yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, maybe the parking options next.
So last time we were in March, Commissioner Heckman had wanted to see a comparison, but that motion failed. Yet we brought back a CEQA document regarding that. That's attachment H. So if anyone wanted to
I'm
comment.
sorry,
on
what did
that.
you say failed?
The motion that Commissioner Heckman said he would like staff to come back with a comparison. And so it failed, but we did it anyways because we're like that. We're thorough with our CEQA documentation.
Yep.
So, but you didn't want to see it, but it's here anyways. And then let's see, easement relocation clarification was just something because a member of the public did not like how brief I was in my response. So this was a clarification. Basically that this was part of the architectural review application, the easement shift, that the departments had reviewed it and prepared approval conditions regarding the process of that easement adjustment. So I just shared that with this group. Anyways,
So-
I'm going to move on to the, how do I move this down? Sorry, I'm sorry. This was the parking reduction. Again, you didn't need the comparison, but here it is. Parking E, option E does these things. Parking option D does these other things. So if you need to reference that at all, there's other images and things like that that shows where the additional 11 spaces are with option E and the pool move with the little blue square there and the trees that are improved in their conditions, which was the whole point of option E, is moving the pool and eliminating the low grade ramp to save that tree 155. So maybe this is helpful. I don't know. What else? This is the memo, attachment H, SEQA memo. Talks about, improving. That was the conditions that are in the, ARB application for the relocation of the easement. And that was all I had.
Okay,
I'll go
so
back
the
to-
first thing is just what they, in the council
motion.
minutes, it says PTC to review an underground parking facility allowing 50% of required on-site below grade.
Yes, without counting as floor area. We already covered that in item 1, basically that whole text amendment discussion. But clearly, option E has only 50% of the required parking spaces below grade. So that's why staff recommends that one. 'cause
Right.
it's more in line with.
So
the
as I
council.
recall, where we left this is that we knew that that council wanted this parking underground, and option E was what staff's
That-
recommendation was.
that
And
is the
was
one
very-
that
That was
addresses
very
that.
helpful for the protected trees.
Right.
So that was the beginning of the discussion. Any other discussion on these points that you want to bring up? So she's got the first part of it up right here, which is to, review that parking facility.
This parking option E is the one that staff recommended as more in line with council's motion. This is what parking option E does in words. With a 14.4 parking adjustment, parking reduction of 15 spaces from on-site parking.
So I know staff wants to comment, but I don't read review as tell them not to put in a garage. So
No,
it just says review that option, and it's not too specific.
so we've reviewed it.
Right.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know that.
We're ready for.
Commissioner Heckman, did you have a comment?
I'm trying to understand your line of questions of staff here. Are you,
Well, it just
I
went-
mean,
just went away.
okay, but my understanding of this item 5 is we're going to deliberate on the possibility of alternate D or alternate E.
That's right.
Or the so-called hybrid. Are we still planning to do that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what we're doing. But-
Okay.
But the first part of it, I thought was, do we want to do? They've already decided they want to do an underground garage. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's on the table here to debate whether or not we agree with that.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So yeah, I think on both parts of this, I'm open to discussion. Did you want to take the floor?
Actually, I would like to start with some questions.
Sure.
And then let somebody else see if there are other questions or if somebody else wants to start with discussion.
Oh, Carrie has her hand up too.
Commissioner Templeton, do you have something to do before my questions?
No, I have questions too.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see. Looking at the DUDEC report, well, actually, at our last meeting on this, there was a discussion of an acoustic fence. And I think that was, I don't remember hearing discussions of that before. So was that a new design feature? As we move from the fully underground to the partially underground, that affected the pool location. And I think so it was only when we started to see options D and E that that I first heard about this acoustic fence. And so I'm a little unclear on that. Is it proposed for both D and E or just one or the other?
Just E.
Just E. And
that's
E is the staff recommended council meeting the council's 50%.
Correct,
option,
below
right?
grade and improving upon the tree preservation. So
Right.
tree
Yeah.
155. Yeah.
Other benefits too, but,
Yes.
all right. So sorry, the acoustic fence is part of
That was,
E, but
yes.
not D.
Correct. That
Okay.
was, ARB reviewed that design of the fence that's along that Kellogg parking lot because now the deliveries stay at grade instead of going below grade with option E.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with acoustic fences. I mean, is that like the thing that Caltrans builds between a freeway and a side street, or is it?
So again, there's a design, we can show it to you. This is something that I think you really, through the chair, might want to ask the architect to explain. And we can show you where it is and some of the parameters, but just to reiterate, this has been reviewed by the Architecture Review Board as well.
The ARB reviewed it on December 2nd and then again on March 17th with additional plant materials to between the acoustic fence and the sidewalk.
And staff has reviewed it and is satisfied that it will perform its function of attenuating noise from the pool?
Yes, we had a acoustic consultant review it.
Okay.
Not from the pool. That was a fence that already existed. This is a fence near the parking lot
Oh,
on Kellogg, because that's where
Sorry.
the deliveries are coming through instead of.
my mistake.
Yeah.
Right, right. And the reason we talk about that regarding option E, but not option D, is because with option D, the deliveries and garbage are still happening underground.
Correct.
Okay. And from the work you did with the noise consultant, how effective is that acoustic fence that's part of option E? Does it eliminate the noise, like you would never even know that the garbage truck was there, or does it soften it?
Yeah, I don't know degrees, but I mean, it's an existing conditions because deliveries are currently happening there. So it's
Right.
all a matter of, with CEQA impacts, it's improving upon what's happening now, noise wise.
Well, and I agree that makes sense to me. I'm curious about the difference in noise between options D and E. And so here we're comparing underground activities in D versus this noise attenuating fence for E.
Correct.
And so I don't know if we have the right consultants here at this late hour, but if we do, I would be interested in understanding, how effective this acoustic fence is.
Okay, so Catherine, if you can just turn your camera on and help us respond to that question.
You're muted.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Sorry. So Catherine Waugh with JUDEC. I actually haven't looked at the noise study itself, but in either case, there are ways to engineer the appropriate sound barrier quality of that noise barrier. So if you have the deliveries underground, then you have much less noise. But if you have the deliveries at grade, then as long as the acoustic fence meets the appropriate engineering standards, then you'll be able to regulate that noise.
I'm trying to get a sense in regulating that noise. Is it realistic to expect with proper design that the sound from a garbage truck behind the acoustic fence will be similar to the sound of the garbage truck underground? Or is there going to be some noise, but it wouldn't be considered significant?
So I'm not an acoustician, as our noise specialists like to call themselves. But yes, no, I'm sorry. The answer is no. If it's underground, it's going to be much quieter. But on the other hand, if it's above ground or at grade, you'll be able to design an acoustic fence that appropriately controls the noise to meet the city standards.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful. All right. My next couple of questions are about trees. So we have a lot of trees on this site and they're numbered. And we've been talking about, for example, preserving tree number 155. And what I couldn't quickly find is how many trees are there? What's the last number in our list of trees that includes tree 155?
Since my video is on, I'll answer. I don't know, but I think we're approaching 200 or maybe a little over, but I can look that up.
Yeah, again, so sorry, Commissioner. So just trying to, so I get that you're asking questions to sort of maybe lead up to something. It is late and we probably don't have, everybody lined up for that type of precision type of questions. I mean, I think we know what trees are potentially vulnerable and may require a little more protection. And that's what option E attempts to achieve. And that has been reviewed by the city's urban forester as well as a number of arborists. So is there, clearly option E adds more benefits to the existing trees that are there.
Okay, and we'll get to that. I was just trying to understand how many we had, since I know we have at least 155. So I could understand it in the context of we're going to save this one tree and have a smaller encroachment into these two other trees. Those are, 3 trees out of how many? I wanted that context. The hybrid. Can somebody help me understand? The hybrid came up some after D and E. And it was explained to us a little bit last time, and I didn't really grab it totally. So could somebody explain that?
Sure. So the Architecture Review Board on March 17th of this year recommended a combination, a hybrid of option D, 69 parking spaces below grade with a parking reduction of 9%, and option E at surface so that that pool moves like you're seeing in this picture. Tree 155 is saved. Tree 89 and tree 87, the 2 circles next to the pool, are improved upon because the pool moves farther away from their tree protection zone. So that's the hybrid.
Okay. And sorry, the hybrid keeps or loses tree 155?
Keeps.
Okay.
Tree 155.
So like E.
Like E.
Okay. All right. And does the hybrid have the trash and deliveries downstairs or up?
Up.
Up. Okay. So it has the acoustic fence.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think I just had one other. No, those are okay. Those are my questions. Thanks. So
Commissioner Dumpleton?
Thank you. I was just wondering, and I apologize if this isn't the documents, I can't find them. So if somebody knows the answer, that will be satisfactory to me. Does this smaller pool still have a competitive lane length? So 25 yards or 50 meters or whatever?
My understanding is yes, the pool size hasn't changed. It's the pool location. It's been adjusted over towards Kellogg, away from Embarcadero. So if you're seeing that blue on the screen, that's a shift from where it was before that was closer to tree 89. That is the green circle near Embarcadero.
Okay, so it still has the same utility as it would in the other
yes,
other design. Great, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Other questions or motions? Yep, Commissioner Chang.
I just wanted to address a question that was asked in written public comments that I also had. What is the exit treatment for the parking garage going to be? Because the public commenter mentioned something about lights and noises, to warn folks on Bryant. And so I'd just like clarification on what the treatment will be to understand how we'll make it safe for pedestrians, cyclists, and cars, and to understand any disruptions for the neighbors living right across the street. And also, is there any difference in parking treatment, that exit treatment, D versus E versus hybrid?
Okay, so I'll take the last one first. The exiting of the below grade garage to Emerson is the same with E and D. The noise and whatever, the beeping is happening below grade at the start of the ramp where the garage is. So it's not happening right on the street. It's happening below grade. That's my understanding.
So just to be clear, you still favor E or you favor the hybrid?
We can only recommend E due to the council's direction to staff to only have 50% of the required parking space below
Because
grade.
E hybrid doesn't work.
It's too many spaces below grade.
Okay, got it.
We only can recommend 54.
Okay.
52, sorry.
Yeah, we feel to be responsive to the council's direction that option E is that.
Great. Okay. But Vice Chair Suma?
If my colleagues are done with their questions, I can make a motion.
Go ahead. We can still ask questions in the motion too.
Yeah.
Unless you had a question, Commissioner Heckman.
I don't, but I'm appreciating the comment Commissioner Templeton made before that it's nice to get a round of comments out
Okay.
before a motion. I've held my comments. I just wanted to get the questions out first. So that would be my preference, is to have a round of comments and then make a motion.
Okay.
Somebody make a
She's
motion.
on hold. Go ahead.
What?
She said that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, you want to make my comments?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So I did review the DUDEC memorandum, attachment H to the March 30th, pages 191 to 199. And I actually thought it was very informative, and I really appreciate that staff took the extra step of having it done, because I think it's important and useful information that really is a necessary part of the environmental evaluation of the project. So, and what that does is it compares both scheme D, which is the 69, and E, which is the 52 spaces underground, are both compared to alternate 4, which is the 83 space that the environmental document had already found would cause less than significant impacts measured, across all of the environmental measurements. And what this additional memorandum shows is that both D and E reduce the impacts in virtually every category compared to the fully underground 83 spot garage, except regarding noise, where as our consultant just discussed in answer to a question, D, E is the 52, right? Which could have more noise impacts than the fully underground, because it's moving the trash and deliveries to the surface and trying to address those noise with this acoustic fence.
And I would just say it's not moving them, it's keeping them, because that's where the trash is currently at grade, right?
Correct.
Just a nuance.
Right. So you're right. So actually the current noise is above ground. The new noise would be above ground with an acoustic fence, which would make the noise less than under the existing, but not less. My comparison was with alternate 4. Right. Okay. All right. And that's really the focus I was looking at first, was comparing both options to the fully underground version and what the differences is. So they're both environmentally better options than the fully underground. So now then I wanted to compare D and E to see what the differences were. And again, this is addressed in the DUDEC memorandum. So E saves one more tree than D. It saves tree number 155, but that's an interior tree. And what it says on page 194 is scheme E, under scheme E, one additional tree would be retained on site. However, this tree 155 is located interior to the campus and is not a distinct visual element in views of the campus from the adjacent public streets. So I think that's relevant information when we are looking at the differences between D and E. E saves this tree, but it's not a visually prominent from off campus. E also reduces encroachment into the TPZ of 2 more trees, which are numbers 87 and 89, but both D and D avoid, now again, that's a reduces the encroachment, and I can't remember the numbers. It's something from like 39 down to 27 feet or something. So it still encroaches, but less. But both D and E avoid the TPZs for 8 more trees than alternate 4. So it's another reason why either of these alternatives is better environmentally than the fully underground version. But I just want to make clear, invading the TPZ doesn't mean you're creating a scenario with certain deaths death for a tree. These are kind of balancing risks and odds, and the less invasion, the better. But there's no evidence that 87 and 89 would die if D was selected by the council instead of E. D requires a smaller parking reduction at 9% than E, which I think is 14.4%, right? So that actually supports D to some extent. And D, the larger underground, requires more truck trips. And according to my numbers, it's 185 round trips and associated emissions with the construction. There's a short-term impacts, and that's something to consider too, but they are short-term impacts. And in my thinking, the short-term impacts may need to be tolerated if they reduce the long-term impacts. And finally, noise. D, by moving the trash and delivery underground, reduces noise impacts long-term compared to E. So now I understand that the council was looking for 50%. And so I think, like staff has said, we have to recommend D because I'm sorry, E. Like I said, I had to, you could see my notes here. I had to change them and I didn't get to that one. So we need to recommend E because that's the 50% and that was the direction from the council. But I'd like to include in that recommendation a request that the council consider that E would have lower noise impacts and require a smaller parking reduction. Sorry. Okay. We have to recommend E, but that I'd like to include in that recommendation a request that they consider that D, 69 spaces underground, would have lower long-term noise impacts and a smaller parking reduction. So I'm not making a motion, I'm just getting all my thoughts out on the table. Thank you.
Any other comments first? Any other ones, Commissioner Templeton? Okay. You had your light on before, Vice Chair.
I would be happy to make a motion if everybody is ready for it. And that would be to recommend E to the city council. I'll second that.
Does staff need any more detail on the motion other than that? Okay. Discussion on the motion? Commissioner Heckman, I see you're reaching. I see that before the light.
So as I just indicated, I am interested in including in the motion a suggestion that they consider that D would have lower noise impacts and require a smaller parking reduction. So I guess my first question is whether the maker of the motion would consider a friendly amendment to that effect, and failing that, I'd like to understand how to make an alternate motion, which is something we did at the last meeting, or maybe it was the one before that.
I think to answer your second question, if it is not accepted, then you would make an additional motion because our rules don't allow substitute motions. So you could add the motion that you just said as a separate motion.
Actually, I think what Mr. Yang is about to tell us is I could actually make a motion to add the friendly amendment if it wasn't voluntarily accepted. And that gets voted on.
Yeah,
right.
You could do an unfriendly amendment.
Unfriendly amendment. That's the term I was looking for.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Well, I'd hate to be unfriendly that way. So I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if they'd be willing to include that language in their motion.
I'm not necessarily against it. However, I really actually believe it's unnecessary. I think the council already knows those things and they weighed it and they selected E. So
Just if I could respond,
Sure.
and this is following up on something we heard on another issue regarding the Fair and Peers report that was issued in December. The council did not have the DUDEC report, which has been issued in the last 3 weeks when they gave us this direction. So they don't have this environmental comparison of D&E. So it's not information that they already know unless they've read our staff report and have this. So that's why I was thinking, because it's a good point, but that's why I was thinking this is new information, and adding that language to the motion highlights for them that this new information may impact their thinking.
Okay, so you would like to add, let's just state it again,
Sure,
please.
sure. So our recommendation, in addition to your motion, recommends that the council consider that option D would result in lower noise input impacts than option E and require a smaller parking reduction than option E.
I think it's better to just keep it simple. I'm sorry.
Did you want to proceed with an unfriendly amendment?
I suppose that's the next thing to do. So
an unfriendly amendment needs a motion and a second, and then discussion as normal.
Okay, so let me, if I may make the unfriendly, the motion for an unfriendly amendment, that the pending motion include at the end of it, and that the city council consider that option D would result in lower noise impacts than option E and require a smaller parking reduction than option E.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing no second, then that unfriendly amendment does not go forward. So let's go back to the original motion. If any other Commissioner Templeton?
I'd be happy to discuss that as an independent motion. I don't see any need to have it as a unfriendly amendment. I'm also intrigued by that new report, and I would like to hear the comments from other commissioners who have stated noise and environmental impact as their primary concerns for other aspects of the votes we've taken tonight. So I hope you do bring that up as a second independent motion.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'd like to take this to a roll call vote, please.
Oops. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman?
Yes.
Chair Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Did you want to make an additional motion? I bet I can guess what it is.
Yeah, and really, I want to just set the context for it by recognizing that on that last motion, I, at least as one commissioner, felt that my hands were tied. I know that there is a request by the applicant for option D. I know that the ARB has showed support for this hybrid, which includes aspects of option D. But I know that the council sent us a very specific direction to give them a 50% option, and option E is the only one of those alternatives that fits that. So I think we've fulfilled the mandate of the council, but I would like for the council to understand the possible unintended consequences of the line that they drew at 50%, because I think there's a lot of potential positive about particularly the hybrid. And so to alert the council to that, I would like to make this follow-up motion that that the PTC recommend to the city council that it consider that option D would result in lower noise impacts than option E and require a smaller parking reduction than option E.
Is there a second to that? Commissioner
I'll second-
Templeton?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. And then discussion on that, Commissioner Chang?
Thanks, Chair. So I won't be supporting this motion, and I do value Chair Heckman's careful reading of the impact in terms of the noise. My concern is related to, the reason why I won't support this motion is because of the questions that I asked at our last meeting, in which I asked how much closer does the garage then get to all these tree protection zones? And so the larger garage with the 69 spaces goes right up against the tree protection zones on 2 additional sides. And I think, I mean, I can't remember the exact difference, but it was, you know, instead of being 25 feet away, it's now 2 feet away from a tree protection zone. And while I know that meets the letter of the law, the reason council sent this back to us with, part of the reason council sent this back to us with the 50% is that there's some hope of just saving a lot of trees and not impacting the many hundreds of trees. And so E to me is the safest option with respect to trees, even though there is the above ground noise issue. So that is why I won't be supporting the motion, but I do understand why you are making it.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I would encourage everybody to reconsider if you are opposing this motion, because we did something similar earlier where we just asked staff to make sure that council has the opportunity to view current information. I don't think that, you know, we've already made our recommendation on E. I think those who favor E have already had that victory. So making sure that they are, that council is fully informed and encouraging staff to share the latest report with them is very much in line with actions you've already taken earlier today. Thanks.
Okay, my comments are twofold. One, very close to what Commissioner Chang just said. I've actually spent quite a bit of time digging into this tree issue. And while your discussion of the tree location on E versus D is absolutely factually correct, the problem with trees is that the working part of that tree is underground. And so, you know, the tree protection zone is not a specific circle. That's not how the trees go, and they go where the water is. And that the one major one on E is the one major tree, I can't remember the name, is definitely protected. And the second part that you mentioned of one being more interior, that doesn't do anything about the canopy. I mean, you still get all the canopy for that. So, I mean, there's just no question that the trees are better protected and further away from the tree zone on E. With respect to the parking reduction comparison, I don't think that's material at all. If we're going to do a parking reduction, it's just, a few. So I don't see that as being material. I do like your idea of, dealing with the most useful information. But having heard what that most useful information is, that wouldn't have changed my vote on the first one. So I don't see this one as being necessary. Staff can obviously give them the new DUDEC report. Any other comments, Commissioner, Vice Chair Suma?
Yeah, my thoughts are along those lines. I'm very concerned about tree protection, and I personally think there's a great potential for the trees to be damaged by D because it comes so close to the roots. And I know at one point they were talking about doing, I forget what it's called, a process to look under the ground and see where the roots are for some of these trees. And I don't know if they've done that yet.
It's kind of radar.
It's not, it's
kind of like radar.
Yeah, but it's called something else, which I can't think of what it is right now. So I don't think we have that information.
Radar.
And I do think that I don't think anybody's expectation is that garbage trucks are going to be underground. So I think that'll be pretty much the same or hopefully better because of the acoustic wall. So, and I'm sure that this report will be included for council to look at also. So I don't think it's necessary.
Other comments, Commissioner Heckman?
Nope.
Your mic light was on. I thought that was your new signal to me. So
Commissioner Heckman.
Commissioner Heckman, I mean, Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. What an honor to be confused with Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Heckman, given the comments that you've heard, would you like to change the motion in any way, such as ask staff to include the report, remove the recommendation language? Sounds like you might get more support that way. Just a thought.
If I may, Chair. So I'm not seeing a way to start salvage these points in a successful motion. I do know that staff is going to be forwarding the DUDEC memorandum to the council. And I was, hoping to highlight a couple of ideas that might give them pause. I know that they're going to know about the trees. I'm careful to talk about trees because none of us up here are tree experts. And the people who are experts have come up with the TPC zones, which are designed to be an area to protect trees. And so I get nervous when I hear us speculating that, well, maybe those aren't accurate. Maybe the roots go farther. And maybe you need to stay farther away within the official area. So I don't know that I can change the motion. Let's just go ahead and vote on it and up or down.
Can you please restate it?
I move that the PTC recommend to the, sorry, I've lost it here. There you go. I move that the PTC recommend that the council consider that option D would result in lower noise impacts than option E and require a smaller parking reduction than option E.
Okay, please take the roll.
Commissioner Chang,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
No.
Vice Chair Sumer,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know the next one is big, that's 11:10, but what I would like to start with on TDM is just for staff to kind of outline in an executive summary format changes that we haven't seen since last time. So we can just kind of get a feeling of sort of scope of work relative to get to conclusion, and then we can make some decisions from there.
So we didn't make any changes since March 30th, if that's what you mean by last time.
Okay. What about what about in March 30th? Because we didn't, vote on this. Well, yeah, we did do a straw vote on this, right?
Yeah, so the red text down below says what Planning Commission directed staff to do, which was hypothetical schedule of correction actions under the TDM program and TDM plan adjustment to eliminate inconsistency regarding the word cumulative for clarity and consistency. So that's what we did.
So you feel that what you have done now, the document that if we said do this, that it goes to council and answers all those questions?
Well, it was to try to help understand this attachment A to the report was to illustrate how that would go because it was muddy to understand. And I don't know if it's clearer. It's very
Okay,
complex.
so like on the second bullet point there, a certain enrollment schedule instead of TDM measures that may be modified, that was in the packet last time, right?
Yeah, that we have not changed the contents of the packet from March 30th. So you've already seen all of this.
Right. And this was a standard plan that was going to be applied to every year of the increases, correct?
It's just about the corrective action. What happens if they don't meet the targets, the prescriptive measures, you know.
Okay, so the question is, do we feel like we've already done this, or do we feel like we have to do a deep dive and it's going to take an hour, or how are people feeling about this?
So, yeah, good. I'm sorry, that was a question to your colleagues, yes?
What's that?
That was a question to your colleagues.
Yes,
Go ahead.
it was. Yeah, good, Commissioner Heckman?
So I don't know if it's called a deep dive, but I do have some questions on the language of condition, particularly condition 34. And, possibly some suggestions for clarifications.
Are these literally language things that you could do offline?
Well, I would at least have to have the questions answered now so I can understand, sometimes I see language that seems like it's doing the same thing, but it's different language in two places. And I want to take the time now to understand why it was done that way.
I guess my question is, do you think that the language would change what's there or clarify?
I'm looking to clarify this ordinance so that we're not arguing years from now about words like several and what they mean.
I totally admire that and agree with that. But what I'm thinking ahead is that if you are literally just trying to clarify the wordsmithing of a legal document, I don't know if you need all of us to sign off on that after you do it, is where I'm going with this.
Well, why don't I ask my questions? Again, we decided we wanted to get through this tonight, and I do, but these are the rules that are going to apply to Castellea permanently. And so we need to take the time to do them right. And there's a lot, if you look on packet pages 84, 85, and 86 of the March 30th report, you'll see a whole lot of underlining. And that's all new language. And I think staff did a really good job, but I've got a few questions. And I want to, and maybe this will help make it better.
Yeah, I'm just putting on the table not something that's illegal. I'm putting on the table something that might be efficient or not, which is that we can go over this, but if we're going to go through 10 pages of wordsmithing, then we probably don't want to do this tonight. So.
Well, it's not 10 pages. It's condition 34, and probably maybe half of the questions could have been answered in the time that we've been discussing whether or not I should ask them.
Good.
So let me just roll into them,
Yep.
and let's get to it. Okay. So I am on packet page 84. And I'm looking at 34A. All right. And A starts between CUP approval and the attainment of maximum or near maximum enrollment for 2 consecutive years. You see that language?
Yes.
All right. So my first question is, it says maximum rather than a number. And I just wanted to confirm, I think the reason staff did that is because as we sit here tonight, we don't know what that is. It could be 450 if our recommendation from earlier tonight. It could be 540 if the council decides other. It could be another number. Is that why we have maximum rather than a particular number?
I think our intent was the 540 number, but
Okay.
it achieves the same.
Albert is on.
It's
also. Yeah, I can clarify. It's because under the set of conditions in the packet, the maximum enrollment would be changing over time. It would be increasing, right? So
Okay.
I suppose it could be clear if it said the, then maximum enrollment.
Okay, thank you. Next question, right next to it, it says near maximum. Can you tell me exactly how many that is? And if not, because to me, it seems vague. And I think that it's, rather than use a subjective term with so many eyes on this, that maybe we should have a quantitative term.
Sure.
That says what we mean. Is that, is that within 2% of the maximum or some other figure? But
Yeah, so understood. So the reason that was in there is if the number was 475 as the max, and they got to 474, then because it said maximum, the idea was to get at that window. So certainly we can add a percentage or a number, but it's not intended to be a big number, but a number close to the maximum.
Okay, so I'm just to have a number. I understand the purpose and I get it. So maybe I would say, within 3 students is an idea that, and I guess, I don't know if we want to collect a bunch of these in a motion or just give this direction to staff. I think it's a weakness, but I would suggest, within 3 students of the maximum enrollment.
Yeah.
That gives a figure that everyone knows is hit or not.
Yeah, understood.
Or some,
I think that, I guess I don't have the same concern about having that be so specific, but I hear your comments. I think it's okay that there's some interpretation there.
well, again, I've been reading a lot of mail from a lot of neighbors who don't seem to agree on what things say. And I don't, somebody could be pushing you when it's 10 below. That's pretty close to, near maximum. So I would like to quantify that. All right. Yeah, do not use several, please. All right. In A1, we've got when there's a first exceedance, the next TDM, the first TDM that gets added is decided by the director in consultation with the chief transportation officer. But in another place that's not in the condition, and maybe it's in the staff report, it says the consultation is with the chief transportation official and Castellea. And I think that's right. I think Castellea needs to be in that discussion, but it's not stated here. And it's not stated in the same place in item 2.
Sure, understood. And this goes to show where the authority to make the change lies. And you're right, in the course of developing that, we would seek input from the applicant, and we would welcome feedback from the public as well. So there are opportunities to receive that feedback, and this condition is drafted to just be clear about where that authority lies to make a change.
Okay, so it is actually the source where it says it differently is in the TDM table, that they revised, where it explicitly states that it's in consultation. So I didn't want an inconsistency between the two. All right, let's see. Next one. In item A3, we talk about the last sentence that's added. It's a multi-line sentence, talks about restoring student enrollment. And I didn't really understand that. For example, if I get to 450, but then have to reduce to 430, can I restore that 20 in 1 year? Or I didn't understand how it worked.
That's how that would go. Okay. The lesser of 25 students, or the number of students positions that were reduced through that enforcement effort.
Okay.
So if you have 450 and you reduced it to 420, the most you can restore is 25.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we get down, actually we're on the next page, B5. The second to last sentence, which says the parties will meet and confer to determine whether and how to reasonably effectuate a reduction beyond the above percentages. So I'm not understanding. So that's if we're going to decrease by more than 5% or 10%. I couldn't understand what that was, how it would work and what it was doing.
Okay, so I need to read that paragraph in its entirety to maybe help answer that question, but I'm going to see if Ms. Starlack can help us if she has that knowledge off the top of her head.
Off the top of my head, I think this has to do with the ability of the school to restore enrollment in a big jump. And so I think that's what this is about, but you can also ask the applicant. But I think this has to do with the, they're not able to just kind of add a ton of new students and then in one big jump.
I think that might be an answer to my last question on restoring, because this sentence is about reducing beyond the above percentages. Well,
sorry, I think it's also the same. It's the same because if you end up with, for example, if they have to, in order to meet the reduction, if they're normal, let's say their normal 6th grade entering class is however many students it is, but because of this, they have to cut it down to only 20 kids. It's hard for them to have a program that has like full strands, I guess is what that's my understanding of that.
So I know it's late and this is complicated and this is kind of tough language. So I guess on this, I would just encourage staff to look at that before this goes to council and make sure whatever your intent is, make sure this says it, and if not, fix it so that it does. So that as the years go by and we're all not here, other people can apply it without arguing about what it means.
Yep, that's great. No, and having read it now again, I see the why you're raising the question. And so just to help the commission, the previous reference to the reduction of the 25, the lesser of 25, or is the model that we would roll out for this one as well.
Okay. And then the last thing, and again, I would just on this ask staff to look at this. When I look at the last sentence of V, which it's telling you what happens if after a reduction, Castellea rights the ship and they start meeting, their reports come back showing no exceedance, right? And it tells you what happens there. But you use different language at the end of subpart A, little 3, and subpart B, little 3, than here. And
I'm sorry, that's what I was just referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at harmonizing that, I mean, maybe there's a reason for the difference, but if there's not, it should be the same over and over again.
Agreed.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I think I had one more. Yeah. My last question is on the TDM. You revised the table of violations as I had and others had requested. And first of all, I want to thank staff and the TDM authors for doing that, because now I think it's a lot clearer than it was before. And this is, I'm looking at pages 26 and 27 of the TDM report, which were not part of our staff packet. They were a link. It was a link that you clicked on and that got you to the TDM report. So the question I had, and again, you can, it's fine with me if you take this up with the TDM author later, is that in the phase 2, which is on page 27 of the TDM, You have scenarios 1A, 1B, 1C, 2 and 3. And I can't tell if there's an overlap between 1A, B, and C with 2 and 3. Like one of the fixes you made with the TDM author since our January meeting is there was an overlap, a potential overlap between phase 1 and phase 2. You've now clarified where phase 1 ends and phase 2 starts. So I think there may be an overlap between A, B, and C of 1 and 2 and 3. And if you would just have that looked at before this goes to council.
You have more?
Those are my questions. You want just my couple comments since I'm got it, or are you ready for other people to have some time? Oh, let's go with the questions.
Commissioner Chang?
So my first question is that I actually read the MMRP because it was referred to. Thank you, Ms. French, for directing me to the right place. And they have different numbers. So sometimes referring to average versus maximum daily trips and average versus peak trips. So can you just please confirm that the numbers in the draft CUP that are included on our packet are the accurate numbers? And then the MMRP would be updated to reflect what is in the cup. I did see some language in the cup saying that if there's differing numbers, we would go with the more conservative numbers, and maybe that covers it. But I was just concerned because there was a lot of stuff that said, you know, as referred to mitigation measure 4A, and it was a different number there.
I mean, one's a secret document and one is, you know, more restrictive probably.
Yeah.
Is what we're talking about here. So
So
yes,
we
of
just go with
course.
the more restrictive one then.
The more restrictive is the thing that prevails in
Okay.
the end.
Thanks. And then question regarding the TDM Oversight Committee. So there's language that says that at least one member of the community, so the TDM Oversight Committee would include 2 community members. There's language that said that at least one member of the community should reside within 500 feet. And so I was wondering what was staff's thinking in saying at least one, rather than requiring that both members reside within 500 feet. Because I would.
Yeah, we were just playing around and
Okay.
came up with some stuff. So if it, you threw it on the wall. So that's what we have here.
I would just.
Sorry, that's about as basic as it gets.
I mean, my recommendation would just be to say like both, because that's where, if you're much further away from that, then you won't necessarily feel the impact as much. Sure. So, and then the other 2 are more comments. So I don't know, should I just go ahead with the comments?
You
Are
got the
okay?
mic? Yep.
Okay, so my comments, this one's a little bit more substantive. So condition 24 in the CUP talks about how numbers will be calculated. That is packet page 77, yes. And so at the top of page 78, it says number 2, small Roman numeral 2, says the total average weekday morning peak trips and average weekday daily trips for the monitoring period, excluding special event dates and non-school days. And summer school shall be separately reported. So I just wanted to point out that I actually think it's probably important to include the special event dates, or at least for the purposes of troubleshooting this. So if I think about the purpose of the TDM, the purpose of the TDM is to limit the number of trips. And if for some reason, there's special events, many special events happening every week, and they cause, or almost every day, you know, depending on what the situation may be, and they cause an exceedance of the average weekday trips, then we would want to include that information. Now, obviously for the purposes of troubleshooting, like, okay, so now we've exceeded, what's the reason for that? Then sure, you might want to be able to slice and dice the numbers and say, events versus the regular traffic. But I think that the TDM is supposed to manage the overall number of trips, and so they should be included. It does make sense to separate out summer school from regular school because, again, in terms of troubleshooting, if there is an actual problem, you would want to know which audience am I going for. So that is a calculation issue and I wouldn't want to exclude the special events, exclude the special event dates.
Okay, Chair. So in response to that, I'd like to ask our staff if they've got some insight as to why we had excluded that, so that you may have that for context. And so again, Ms. Starlack, if you wouldn't mind weighing in.
Sure. In normal TDM situations, what we're really looking for is what is the, and this is why we chose the average, what's the average kind of, trip, or what's the average metric for the period that we're interested in. So we were not considering special events because special events are special events. They don't happen, they're not happening that often. The key thing that moves the needle in terms of, people carpooling and everything is what they do every day. What is the normal mode? And so TDM is about watching that shift. And so that's how TDM generally works. It's up to the commission to, you can put whatever conditions you want on this, but I'm just from a normal TDM lens, I'm looking for the normal, what happens every day on average.
Sure, that really makes a lot of sense, and I understand why that would be the case. And then the reason I was concerned was when I looked at the sheer number of special events where, if there's, who knows what's ultimately going to happen, and we made a motion for 50, but if it were 70 or, we're talking 2 events a week on average during the school year at that point, and it's kind of a regular course of business. I understand that it's not part of a regular commute, but in terms of managing trips to the area, which is the whole purpose of the TDM, it is important to count. And I think that's what I'm saying. Now, because your mitigation measures, if the problem is caused by events instead of commutes, it's important to know that. And so I actually think that given this unique situation, it's a little bit different from a TDM for an office, especially as we're talking about, we don't want to cut back on events, but if we decide that if we find out, oh, gee, if we count these trips and that's really what's driving the issue, then it's informative. And so it's important to count that information.
Yeah, all trips will be counted. That's not what this is saying. What this is saying is we're not going to put, average those in as part of their TDM reports, but all of that data will be captured.
Yes. I do understand that, okay. But in terms of exceeding this, so if you carve out all those events or those days, and that's what's driving an exceedance of the average daily trips, then the impact on the neighborhood is such that they're going, oh my gosh, it's being exceeded. And we're saying, well, no, because we're calculating it this way. And that is my point. And that's my concern in terms of managing this issue. But I do understand from TDM world why you would carve them out. Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, to follow up on that, and again, we've been talking about traffic for a long time on this project. And
I know.
My memory is, so we have an AM peak number that I think is 383. Does that sound right?
Yes.
The AM peak, right. And then we have an average daily, which is 1183 or something. It's 11, right? It's a specific number.
1198.
1198. Okay. And my understanding is that those numbers weren't picked out of thin air. Those numbers were generated from traffic studies based upon the metrics that Ms. Starlack was just talking about. And that specifically is they did not take measurements during special events. They wanted to know what the typical day, school day was. And now we have set that as the standard. And so the concern I have about doing what you say is if you tell them they can't exceed the traffic on the days with no events, but you count the days with events, they're going to blow through those numbers to some extent. They are not going to be able, and they haven't proposed to do that. And so I think what part of Ms. Starlack was saying is we're going to actually know those numbers for the special event days, but we're just not going to collect it in response to item 2, which is going to have a separate breakout. And that breakout is what gets compared to the 383 and the 1198 to see if Castellet has exceeded their daily caps.
So thanks for that clarification. It does make sense. If that's how those numbers were determined, then it does make sense. But nevertheless, my concern then about the TDM overall and trips and managing neighborhood impacts is this other issue. And I'm glad to hear that it will be recorded. But if we really went with 96 events, then that's a lot of traffic caused just by the events. So I think it's kind of a hole in the whole impact management of this. Thanks.
Are we ready for a motion?
Actually, comment. Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll be ready. Actually, 2 comments. This is the our purview here. So let's see. The first one is the first violation. We have the city. So I know the council directed us see how we could speed things up in terms of enforcement. And so one of the answers that staff came up with is the city should decide after the first violation what the TDMs should be. And I think that is unnecessary big brother. And I think it doesn't put any responsibility on the applicant. I would like the applicant to pick the TDM after the first violation, maybe in consultation with the city rather than the other way around, because who's to say that the applicant is going to pick something that doesn't work while city staff will pick something that definitely will work, right? We don't know that. I think that the applicant has the strongest incentive to pick a measure that will work and avoid a second straight exceedance. So that's the one change I would like to see to the language of that's 34A1. And then condition 33, which we're also needing to comment on, I thought that language was just fine, the new language. So I'm happy to make a motion.
Commissioner Stume just had a couple questions, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question about trip countings and I still have concerns about cars, drop-offs that happen not at those proper school locations won't be counted, and how we're ever going to capture that and figure out if it's happening other than anecdotal observations from neighbors. I was also specifically wondering if they have satellite parking, if those trips to satellite parking lots will be counted, because they're actual trips generated by the school. And I'm curious if shuttle trips count.
Yeah, so shuttles would count.
Shuttles count, okay. And if they're using satellite parking, do trips to the satellite parking count?
No.
So I'm not sure why not, since those trips were generated by the school. They're just not going to the school, they're going to an alternate satellite spot.
That's right. It's distributing it, in a wider geographic area than immediately at that location. But you're right. And there's no, and they do have some satellite parking, at least they did pre-pandemic. And I don't believe there's a condition. I'll ask staff to help me on this if I got this wrong. I don't believe there's a condition for a requirement for satellite parking. But it may be something that is implemented. Yeah. Yeah, it's a TDM measure.
It makes sense to me to count those trips. And then there's the trips that can't get counted, which concern me. I already mentioned the vehicle miles traveled issue. And then on packet page 78, C, describe how and where counts were conducted. Describe any offsite data collected by an independent traffic engineering company. I just wonder what the offsite data that refers to.
Sorry, which item is this?
It's packet page 78 and it's C. Describe how and where counts were conducted. To describe any offsite data collected by an independent traffic engineering company.
So Sylvia, this is in regard to condition number 24, required TDM monitoring report shall include the following components. And it goes A through Q.
Right.
I think we're just covering our bases here that we want to know where the sources come from. And how the data was collected.
Yeah, and there's a set of counts that are going to be done offsite in the sense that they're going to be done on the streets adjacent. So I think it refers to those.
I see, but how would you distinguish, how would those tell us what cars are associated with Castellea and what cars are just going in the neighborhood?
It's not, that is not intended to count specifically trips generated by Castellea, but to get a sense for and monitor trends for neighborhood traffic.
So do we have baseline, I guess, pre-COVID probably data for that neighborhood?
We do.
So if we go back to a pre-COVID normalcy, we would be able to know if there was an increase.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'll let Sylvia speak to traffic trends in our new world, but we have data, and I think the whole point is to collect data and monitor and, be able to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Right, and we would be collecting this data 3 times a year with each monitoring report. So that's a lot of data.
Okay. I'm just really concerned that there may be a lot of trips that don't get captured by the hose counts on the site. That's a big concern of mine.
Okay. Commissioner Heckman, did you want to make a motion to approve with the addition that you had on the applicant being able to pick the first TDM?
Sure. I was actually going to make a motion for condition 33, along with the change that Commissioner Chang had suggested as to the location of both committee members, unless Commissioner Chang wants to make that motion.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, so I will move that the PTC recommend to the City Council new condition 33 with a change made by staff to provide that both of the community representatives will reside within 500 feet of the school.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, let's call a roll.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Did you want to hold the floor and do another motion?
Yeah, I'll try this one. This is a little more complicated, but let me get it out there and see if staff needs some cleanup. So I will move that the PTC recommend to the city council adoption of condition 34 of the conditions of approval as revised by staff with the following potential revisions reviewed by staff before this reaches council. Now my intention is to list them. Okay. 34A1 regarding the applicant, the permit holder deciding the TDM measure after the first exceedance in consultation with the Director of Planning and Development Services. 34A and B, a quantitative replacement for the near maximum language of 3 students or some other number that staff feels is most appropriate. 34A, 1 little I and 2 little I refer to the applicant being involved in the director's decision so that it's consistent with the table in the TDM that does that. Item A, section 34A3 and 34B3 review the language regarding restoring of enrollment to make sure it has the effect staff is intending. Item 34B V, Roman 5. Look at the last sentence of that section and harmonize it with A, 3 little I and B, 3 little I, which appear to be different language for the same event. And finally, on page 27 of the TDM, the phase 2 table, confirm with the TDM author that items A1 through AC do not overlap with items 2 and 3, or if they do, determine if they should or not, and if they shouldn't, then fix that before it goes to council.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on that? Seeing none, we'd like to get a roll call. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. So those are all the big items that we had for tonight that were listed. Should we take an inventory of what we have? I'm not suggesting that we go on before anybody gets too stirred up, but what other things do we have to talk about that we haven't? One I know was the variance, which has new data in it. Other items? Commissioner Chang?
So I thought there were findings for the variance and findings for the cuts that need to be made, correct? I think those are the big buckets of things that we need to do.
Well, definitely the variance, but I thought we were doing pieces of the cup here as we went along, so.
Yeah.
It was-
And I'm not quite sure what else needs to be, done in the cup though.
Can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, from staff's perspective, these enumerated items are, the specific pieces that the council asked for additional advice on. And so we have everything we need now to go back to the council. The council didn't ask for a more general review of the CUP or variance.
General view of the CUP. Yeah, well, that's right, because we covered some of the separate specific ones, like the TDM, for example, and the events. Right. So that's what you mean by they didn't want the whole thing, but those sub items of the cup is what we have discussed.
Right. The council in its motion asked the PTC to revisit, several very specific issues. And that's what we've, presented to you in this numbered list. And so from our perspective, that is, completing the PTC's, additional review on remand. There wasn't direction to, provide an additional recommendation on the CUP and the variance findings.
Right. But the variance is definitely within our purview, which it says in this packet, and there were some changes. So I was just thinking that, that's something we should take a look at. Commissioner Chang?
You said it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other items? Let's see any more lights.
I feel pretty strongly about findings in both the CUP and the variance. But there are aspects to them that I can't make. So council sent this back to us, but it seems like we should be discussing that also. There was a DUDEC report. The last time we opined on that, we did not have the DUDEC report, so we weren't even aware of the actual square footage. We didn't have the yeah. So I'm
okay. Well, that either of the other two commissioners have any comments on those two items? Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, I think we made decisions on those items. And I think the new information doesn't change the nature of either of those items, and that the commission took our recommendations on those particular items and said, thank you.
The council.
I'm sorry, the council took our recommendations on that and said, thank you. Hey, we have these specific questions we want to refer back to you. They will deal with the reality that some of the square footages have changed, but not the relationship actually of the square footages to each other, but the new numbers from our decision on the variance, and similarly new information. So I think it's part of the use permit, but it's not what the council sent back to us. They've already gotten that. And I think if we're going to wade into this, first of all, I'm not prepared to do that tonight, but if we did it, I'm going to guess it could, we spent 3-4 hours, maybe twice, talking about those items a year and a half ago, and we could easily go that long again.
well.
Commissioner Templeton, did you have any thoughts?
No,
No?
I do not.
Okay.
I mean, I have thoughts, but nothing to share.
Private thoughts. Okay. Okay. Did you have something else to say?
So I can give you an example. I don't recall if when we considered the variance before that it was incorrectly stated in the staff report, in that it's not complete here. It doesn't have, the first finding that we have to make has 2 clauses underneath it, A and B, that are missing on page 67 of this staff report. I don't recall if they were missing before,
Okay.
but that's, I think, a significant example.
Yeah. So let's leave that one sort of a little bit on the table, and, we can take it offline and maybe interface on what items we think should be there, because I don't think we want to debate it too much more tonight, but I don't think we want to rule it out entirely either. So we've done a great job. We're just short of midnight. I'm also even happy to postpone the approval of minutes if we want to take that liberty, or we can just get them done. Not bad. No. Any other questions? Yeah, the only in the announcement section, then we've already heard about the agenda items for next time at the beginning at the director's report. The only thing I want to talk about is that I went to a meeting with the mayor and the vice mayor talking about the work plans. And then they're going to be considering the work plans in a couple of meetings. And they want input from, I can't remember, I don't know if they've decided if it's the chair and the vice or not, but they took a lot of good suggestions on how we might better manage the work plan process. Let me put it that way. In terms of what was in the handbook and what we had to go through to get it done. So they're a little appropriately concerned that we had to jump through too many hoops. So I just wanted to report that because it's current. And that's all.
So I'm sorry, I must have missed something. Are we done with the Castellet item?
Yeah.
Okay. That was a rather unceremonious ending to that.
I
Okay.
could fall out of my chair and
Okay.
drop the mic. I mean, with the one footnote is that I think we just want to have a little bit more offline discussion about the variance issue. But in terms of the context of the items that we've been asked to talk about, I don't disagree that we've done that.
I would, okay, I hear you, and I would just note, it's a public hearing and, if there was something of substance that you wanted to communicate to staff, that ought to be done at the meeting, so.
Yeah, well, it was communicated. There's a question about.
Okay, understood, so there's a comment about.
Yeah, about whether we should take that up because of the information that changed, and it is in our purview.
Okay. Yeah, just not sure when that gets discussed, if it doesn't get discussed.
Well, we need to get to it in real time, like in the next couple of days, and have that chat, so.
Okay, I just want to engage Mr. Yang if he's still here. I guess, can you help clarify?
I guess I'm not sure. I think maybe what I understood was that the chair would like to talk with the PTC liaison about when and if,
Yeah,
this could be brought back.
Right, whether we should put that back on the agenda as an additional item that, the majority of the people here tonight think is a good idea to chat about. We're understanding that it's not a specific request from council in terms of the minutes that they came back to us with. Okay.
I'm sorry. Mr. Yang, is that? I'm
I
sorry.
think that's fine. I think that's the sort of conversation that, the chair and the PTC liaison can have about managing PTC agendas.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very good.
Excuse me, this is Mindy Romanowski on behalf of the applicant. I am thoroughly confused about what is happening right now. So if
we're ending the meeting is what's happening.
But I don't understand what's happening with this sub-variance discussion. And if we're going to be going to city council next, are you considering bringing this back before city council? Or does this mean the city council meeting will somehow be delayed?
I think we just summarized that, which is that.
I am personally confused.
Okay, well, if you would personally listen, I'll answer the question, which is that the director and I are going to convene and discuss whether or not we should be discussing the variance. We haven't talked about anything other than just those words. That's all I can say about that right now.
Okay, and I guess just from an administrative standpoint.
The what?
Just procedurally, Chair, it strikes me as irregular. And so I just need to understand process-wise, you've responded to the council's motion. If this body wants to talk about the variance findings, you ought to do it tonight or continue the item. I don't know. I mean, we're getting scheduled to move this on to city council. And if the expectation is that we're going to have a discussion with the commission about variance findings, we're not going to be able to go on to the city council. We don't think that that was something that was asked of the commission. And we don't think that that's the proper course of action.
Okay, well, that's different direction than what we just discussed. Is
Well,
that,
that's why I'm raising the question and trying to understand between you and council what I'm hearing, and council from the applicant side is equally confused. So it bears some clarity and understanding. So I guess I would suggest if there's an interest in dialogue about the variance findings, again, we don't think that's what the council asked you to do. We understand that there's been some changes relative to some factual data that has been added with regard to floor area calculations that the council had directed staff to look at. So we've just reflected that. We don't believe it changes the substance of the commission's recommendation from before, which I believe was split actually on the issue.
what was the last sentence? You said it changed from what?
I don't believe it substantively changes the decision that the planning commission made to the city council previously on variance, which was a split vote.
You're referencing the new information there? Is that what you mean?
What I'm suggesting is that the factual updates to the variance findings with factual data concerning floor area does not, we don't believe, substantively change the findings that the planning commission considered last year, for which the commission was even split on that decision. 3-3 is my recollection. So on some of the variance finding aspects. So again, it wasn't asked of the council to the PTC to look at the variance findings. We've updated them because we believe that that was the proper thing to do. And that's what we'll send to the council, what's included in your packet. If this commission feels differently, you should have a conversation about that. But again, we don't think that's what the council asked you to do.
Okay.
I'll just say from a personal standpoint, it feels very awkward to not be able to talk about some of these problems. It's a serious thing not being able to make findings. It's the legal basis for what we're doing.
And you did that though. You did that when you considered the project when it first went to the council. And in the course of processing the application, the city council looked at this and said, here's 4 or 5 discrete items we want you to take another look at based on our deliberations. And you've done that this evening. All I'm getting at is if there's an expectation that the findings are coming back for a conversation, that needs to be stipulated, and the hearing needs to be continued to discuss that.
Well,
or you have the discussion tonight, or we say we've done our job and we move on. I mean, I think again, I'm happy to hear from our legal counsel if I'm misrepresenting this, but that's how I see it.
Commissioner Chang?
So I hear what staff is saying. I hear that also that much as we would like to, or at least some of us would like to discuss the variance findings again in light of new information, I don't think it makes sense for us. We're not going to do it tonight. It's too late. We're not too tired. We're too tired. Some of us aren't prepared to do it. City council hasn't asked it of us. And because we're up against the deadline in terms of proceeding, like moving the application forward, I think that, it's disappointing not to be able to discuss the variance, but I don't think it's practical to discuss the variance at this point.
Why couldn't we continue it and do it with a time limit at our next meeting?
That's an idea.
Well,
that
I think
possible?
there's two practical answers to that. One is that we would have to reopen, we have to continue the hearing and reopen it. And we aren't, specifically asked to do that. And secondly, I think that would delay getting this to the council. Because
So-
we were told that the deadline was tonight or wasn't going to get to the council, which is why we're here at 12:10 trying to get it done. So.
Yeah, so just comments on that. I don't think you would need to reopen the hearing because all the information has been presented to you and it would be a continuation of your deliberation. There's no new information that's being added, so you could still continue your discussion. But we definitely run the risk of not getting the item scheduled for city council on May 23rd, which is our tentative date. And the reason for that is the packets get published 2 weeks in advance. And, we've already got little time as it is to advance this project on. If it's to be heard before council goes on their break, the rest of the council agendas are packed. So, we're on the bubble as it is right now about getting this scheduled. A delay would be, may push us into August.
Okay. Your mic is still on, so.
I just feel as a commissioner, if I cannot make findings, I should be able to state that, but I have no intention, no desire to delay or reopen this, but there's mistakes and I can't make the findings.
Okay, if there are errors, I could certainly get that information. I'm happy to receive that information if there's a factual error. You can send that to me. And I'll note, Commissioner, you did vote on the variance findings previously. So your vote is recorded on that.
Okay. So Commissioner Templeton?
I'm hoping you're about to say this, but I was wondering if we could move on.
As what?
Can we please move on? And did you say you want to close the meeting tonight?
Yes. What I was about to say is that I don't think we need to entertain a motion for a continuance based on sort of revised direction from the planning director. And I already suggested that we not approve the minutes to get moving. So, and gave one announcement. So if there are anything else that has to come up, that's fine. Otherwise, I think we're ready to adjourn.
Okay, great.
Anything else?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks, everybody, for their patience and perseverance. Good night.